This is the Tiger 1 heavy tank, capital H, capital T. It's heavy because it weighs 56 tons, but it's also heavy because that's its role on the battlefield. This is not the tank that is going to be in the mainstay of the Panzer divisions, fighting day in, day out. This is the breakthrough tank. If the Germans are launching an offensive, these are going to be at the tip of the spear. So for that reason, they're not assigned to Panzer divisions, they're assigned to separate heavy Panzer battalions, which are held and commanded at higher level, maybe corps or army group level, and assigned to the operation as they're needed. By design, it's bigger and heavier, sure. It's also more complicated, more expensive, and more powerful. These are all deliberate choices that the Germans made. Another deliberate choice they made is to not build as many of them. There's about 1,350 Tiger 1s built between August 1942 and August 1944. Compare that, okay, the dates don't quite match, but compare that with about 6,000 Panthers. Also, more expensive and more time consuming to manufacture. About 250,000 Reichsmarks and 300,000 man-hours, which again is roughly twice that of a Panther. So what do you get for your money, for your time? You get a 56-ton heavy tank. We've got a crew of 5, driver, hull machine gunner, who is also the radio operator, loader, gunner, and commander, firing the 88mm KWK-36 gun. We've got 92 rounds carried for this on board the tank, either armour piercing or high explosive. And at least on paper, you know, there's no absolutes in war, this should be able to penetrate up to 100mm of armour at about 2,500 metres, which translates to pretty much any Allied tank. Return fire should, again, you can never guarantee these things, but should be stopped no matter what it is. Certainly at 2,500 metres, even the heaviest Allied anti-tank guns are very unlikely to penetrate the 100mm of armour on the front of the hull, and they don't have a much better chance with the 80mm on the side. And it's that side armour that really makes the difference between a medium tank and a heavy tank. You don't lose much in terms of thickness, 100mm down to 80, but that again drives up the weight, drives down the mobility. So it's a trade-off they have to make. Mobility comes from the HL230 engine, petrol engine, which puts out 700 horsepower, and on a Tiger that can power it on road to about 25 miles an hour and a range of about 120 miles. Second World War tanks, generally speaking, you can halve both of those values when you start driving across country, but at least on road, good ground, that's what you could expect from it. That good ground is covered by 48 road wheels, arranged 8 torsion bars per side, 3 wheels on each torsion bar, and then the same on the other side. Fiendishly complicated, very smooth ride, but horrendously complicated, maintenance intensive, and not something you see on modern vehicles for that reason. These are very rare, unless you ask an Allied tank crewman, in which case every tank they ever encountered and got shot at was a Tiger, because this thing has a psychological impact that's probably greater than its battlefield impact, almost certainly. People have heard of the Tiger. It's scary, it can kill me, I probably can't kill it, and like I said, they think every tank that they come up against is a Tiger. In reality, vanishingly few of them were, but it's what's in your head. And at the end of the day, if that tank you came up against was a Tiger, you're going to know about it.
rushing to base. What? He's mine. Need help. Wow. Surprise.
Play on PC.
This is the Panther. This is a German medium tank from about the middle of the war, built as a result of their encounters with that thing, the T-34. During Operation Barbarossa, which kicked off just over 84 years ago, the German encounter with that vehicle, well, it was bad for the Germans. They were taking hits from the 76, they couldn't survive, and the short-barreled 75 on the Panzer IV and the 37 and the 50s just couldn't deal enough damage to that 34. They needed a new tank. This was the result of that, Panther. While it is massive, it is still a medium tank. It was designed to replace the Panzer IV and III in that sort of workhorse role. And to do that, they wanted bigger armour. They wanted a bigger gun and they wanted a better engine. The armour on this, effective thickness, because we've sloped it back now, is 140 mil. That will deflect and defeat the T-34 76mm gun, 100%. The gun is a 75mm, but it's an extremely long weapon. It's L70, which means it is 70 times longer than the hole at the end of the barrel. That means you've got a high velocity, which means great armour penetration capabilities. The mobility is where this vehicle lacks. It's got the same engine as a Tiger II, HL230, but that is quite an unreliable engine. The Panther was rushed into production, rushed into service, which those initial actions around Kursk and in that sort of during Operation Citadel in the Kursk region, they exposed those limitations for reliability and sort of catching on fire, which it did quite a bit. When it got into action, it was fearsome, however. That's going through basically anything the Allies have, and that armour is stopping significant number of anti-tank guns or weapons. 17-pounder is dealing with this comfortably, and if you used your Sherman, for example, with a 75mm gun correctly, you're going to get through this, and that did happen on multiple occasions. The running gear on this vehicle, you've got forward drive sprocket, idler at the rear, which means you've got the transmission at the front, engine at the back, you've got to have drive shafts connecting them up in the middle. It has to go under the turret ring, hence the vehicle's quite tall. Interleave road wheels, great for distributing weight, dispersing that weight out across the ground. Kind of terrible for maintenance though. The crew of this vehicle, driver, machine gunner, commander, loader, gunner in the turret. Reasonably decent for ergonomics. This thing definitely an improvement on what influenced it. And apparently it was quite nice to drive actually. Americans tested it after the war and yeah, it was pretty decent. It ended up in service with a bunch of different nations, some by accident sort of. The British captured a couple, put them into service, one in Italy, one in Normandy, and the French after the war served with about 50 of them. Basically a regiment's worth of Panthers. And they're the ones who really figured out how to get that engine properly working. Some people like to claim it's the best tank of the war, or it's the first main battle tank, or you know, it's good, but it is within its limitations of the technology. It is a medium tank, it is meant for a medium tank role, but it was reasonably good at that if it got into action.
So this is Jagdtiger, and Jagdtiger belongs, in my opinion, to that point in the war when German tank design is just becoming obsessed with big guns, heavy armour, and it's basically all going really quite wrong. Now the whole thing about it, I mean, it's got its good points. It's designed as a tank killer. A lot of people think, oh, it must be portable, mobile artillery. It's not. It's actually designed to knock out enemy tanks. And it has got a massively powerful gun, 128mm Pak 44. Now that will knock out any Allied tank you care to name at 2 kilometres plus. So tick there. Also got massive armour protection. I mean, to begin with, doesn't have a turret. It's casemate construction, and that on the front is 200mm of armour plate. So to be honest, it's pretty invulnerable when it comes to return fire. Those are the good points. The bad point, probably the worst point, is the thing weighs 72 tons. Massively heavy. And at the same time, the power unit is still the Maybach HL230 engine, which is the same thing that's being used in the Panther, the same thing that's being used in the Tigers. I mean, some of these tanks are 20 tons lighter. So the engine, drivetrain as a whole, is massively under strain, lugging this huge thing around. The suspension, the wheel arrangement on this is a Porsche design, built for the Porsche Tiger. That wasn't fitted to very many. It's got doubled up wheels, as you can see. They then went on for, the bulk of these are built using the Henschel type wheel arrangement that you see on the King Tiger. But the big thing about it, they couldn't build very many. There's only about 80 of the things. They are massively mechanically unreliable. And when the thing breaks down, the chances of fixing it in the field are pretty slim, and they haven't actually got anything that could recover it. That 72-ton weight had to be just blown up and destroyed in situ. That's what happens to the majority of them. The war is ending, things are pretty chaotic, they can't get them to where they're needed, they are subject to air attack. I mean, it's one of those things, as a tank, I mean, you look at it and you're massively impressed by the sheer size, but it really wasn't a success. As I said at the start, it's part of that late war German obsession in everything's got to be bigger, tougher, bigger gun, and hang the consequences.
Tiger spotted. Damn.
This is not a movie. This is your story.
Aim for the side armor. I'll try to flank. Got the Badger pinned in F7. He's pulling back. Roger. Don't let him fail. Closing in. I tracked him. Yay! Insane! Focus on the Panzer at 2 o'clock. Gotcha. Nice. Keep going. What a drama.
World of Tanks. Play for free.
So, here behind me here is the Jag Panther. So the Jag Panther is very much the upgrade from the Panther tank. Now the Panther tank, as mentioned, was a very formidable vehicle, but something that could be improved was the firepower of that vehicle. When we faced sort of the heavier vehicles the Germans were seeing in the east, they needed a much more powerful gun. And that gun came in the form of the Pak 43, this 88mm gun. Now, this is the gun that is fitted to initially the Nashorn and then sees success with the Ferdinand to the Elephant, but But the issue with that sort of design principle was it was very susceptible to close range attacks. When you're dealing with the Soviets, they're sending men towards you with Molotov cocktails. The Elephant, the Ferdinand, had the shortcomings of being very susceptible to setting on fire. So when it came to the development and design of the Jagdpanther, they wanted to boost that protection. Now, the first way of doing that is giving it this casemate. So they took the standard Panther chassis and then just extended the casemate up, giving this 80mm armor about 55 degrees of angle, which nearly almost doubled the thickness of this fronted armor. And of course, putting in this main 88mm, this Pack 43, which is more than capable of punching through pretty much anything the Allies had at that time. The other modifications they made was for that close quarter combat. So obviously the machine gun is mounted into the hull. Later designs of this vehicle also fitted grenade launchers. But when I say later designs, I mean when the factories started churning out more vehicles than they wanted. Initially, the production of the Jagdpanther was very slow. By June 1944, they had about just over 40 ready, and that was compared to the 100 that they wanted. So its progress was very slow. It was plagued with problems most of the German vehicles had, which was lack of resources and just lack of being able to produce enough. And the Jagdpanther did suffer from that. But when it enters service, it is formidable. Put this in an ambush position and you'll happily take out plenty of Allied vehicles. But doesn't mean it just has to remain stationary. It is mobile. This vehicle can get up to about 28 miles an hour, which means it can outflank enemies. It can ambush at different sections. It can scoot and shoot, if you will. And it showed this when a couple of these went up against a whole group of Churchills, ambushing them, taking them by surprise, and firing on the move. And that made this Jagdpanther one of the best anti-tank vehicles of the war.
Whether you're watching on YouTube or watching on Twitch, welcome to the Tank Museum and Tankfest 2025. My name's Nick Winers, and I'm the head of marketing for the Tank Museum.
And I'm Richard Cutland, a former tankie with the Royal Tank Regiment, and now, of course, working for World of Tanks.
And I'm David Bagley, head of community, also from World of Tanks, joining Tankfest today.
So, Nick, Tankfest, what is Tankfest?
Well, Tankfest is without question the world's finest and largest display of historic moving armour. We've got vehicles from as early as the First World War right the way up to the modern British Army, and we'll see all of those on the stream later on. You also have the opportunity to visit the Tank Museum. We've got Living History. It's a massive event. It's our biggest fundraising event of the entire year, and it involves absolutely every member of staff and a large number of volunteers too.
So thank you for joining us for this live stream. Coming up, we've got tons of action for you. We're going to, of course, bring you everything from the arena, so lots of tanks in action there. We've got lots of interviews, lots of special guest interviews, which will be fantastic. We're going to have some reenactments. We're going to take a look behind the scenes and look at what it takes to bring this massive fest to life. And, of course, we're also going to have the big reveal.
The big reveal. We have a very special guest this year. Now, the Tank Museum, of course, is a registered charity, so if you appreciate this live stream and you appreciate the things that you see here in it, please show your support. You can buy something from us, so go to tankmuseumshop.org, have a look at all of the wonderful things that you never knew you needed. You can support us on Patreon. There'll be a link in the chat at some point. You can leave tips on YouTube through Super Thanks, or you can become a YouTube member or a friend of the Tank Museum even.
Now, speaking of supporting, of course, we do have our premium store bundles today with vehicles and customization elements, with some of those proceeds, or the percentage of the proceeds, going to our friends at the Tank Museum, supporting all the restoration, conservation and running efforts they do, as well as events like Tankfest. We have as well Twitch drops. I know it's a major part of everybody's desire, and I'm sure that everybody's spamming a Twitch chat already. So a quick look through one of those is at 60 minutes, you'll get Richard Cutland, the one, the only commander in your vehicle. You can have him command whatever vehicle that you want on there. I'm sure you'll love it. After 120 minutes, you'll have a chance of 1 day of premium, 30 days of premium, either the 3D style for the Yagi 100 or the FE4005, which hopefully you'll get to see in the background today. We then have a premium vehicle of a Skoda T56 or the Chieftain prototype. Then after 180 minutes, you'll have 2 tokens to spend in the token store, where you can purchase either a Cromwell, a TOG 2, or the Tiger 131, which maybe you'll see today as well. We'll have to wait and find out. And then 210 minutes is a chance of a 2D style, a year of premium, some 3D styles, as well as either the Barask or the Tiger Mouse. So yeah, that's a big spiel for me about drops.
Wow, well done, David. That was not easy. So for those of you who are new to the Tank Museum, particularly those perhaps who are joining on Twitch, our first VT tells you everything you need to know about the Tank Museum.
The Tank Museum, Bovington, UK. The home of the tank. The home of Tankfest. And home to one of the finest collections of armour in the world. The Tank Museum tells the story of the tank and the people that served in them. There are 300 vehicles here, most of which are displayed inside the museum's large halls. In fascinating modern exhibitions, you'll come face to face with tanks that have seen action in every major conflict since the First World War. From the world's first tank to some of the latest, there is an extensive World War II collection and unique examples of the prototypes that didn't quite make the grade. With a workshop facility and an extensive archive and supporting collection, the Tank Museum is a centre of armoured excellence, sharing its passion with a global audience on its YouTube channel. As a not-for-profit organisation, our work is funded entirely by people like you. You can support us by backing our Patreon, buying something from our online store, joining our Friends scheme, or simply by making a donation using PayPal giving.
And I'm joined now by the main man at the Tank Museum himself, the director of the Tank Museum, Mr. Chris Price. Chris, thank you very much for taking the time out to join us on the live stream. So,
it's an absolute pleasure, Richard. Thank you.
How's 2024 been?
2024 is my second Tankfest, so I'm almost a veteran now of Tankfest, but this one has been really as flawless as I think it's able to get an event from my point of view. You've got the block toilets and everything else, but fundamentally it's still a great event, and 24,000 people have come and enjoyed themselves, and what more can I want?
And a little birdie tells me that as the director, quite unusual, you've positioned yourself in intermissions for the last couple of days.
Yeah, I've been checking tickets on the way in. I think it's important, actually, that you shouldn't just swan around the event. You should also get down there and get involved with people. And it's also nice to see people come in and interact with them as they're coming into the event.
And so, looking forwards, I mean, we've got 2024. We were already discussing 2026.
Well, what do we do for 2020? What do we do? It's a huge quandary. How do you beat this? I mean, how do you beat 2 Tigers in the arena? And just watching people stand up and all the phones come out when the Tigers came round. What a coup that is. Well, the Tanks, thank you so much for doing that for us.
And how is your personal feeling? I mean, obviously, the King Tiger making a presence.
Well, for me, even, I've only got into tanks probably in the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm an engineer. My background, sadly, my background is more aircraft than it is tanks. But from an engineering point of view, you just can't help be overwhelmed by something of that size and magnitude. And seeing them both together, and from the point of view of being a first time in 80 years, I mean, how good is that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, Chris, we were in talking about that year, we were having this conversation. How do you think we are going to manage to top the King Tiger?
It's actually my biggest source of stress at this moment in time. In that, how do we make it better than this? How do we make sure people come back and keep it exciting? And I think I think the world of tanks and ourselves need to get our heads together on what we're going to do for next year. But we've got to pull something out of the bag, haven't we?
And Chris, we'll take this opportunity now. We've got to thank you, obviously, all the staff. I mean, I think people don't appreciate sometimes the amount of behind-the-scenes effort. I mean, when would you say that preparation for a Tankfest actually commences?
Well, I actually go as far to say that preparation for Tankfest 2026 starts now. It is that, in fact, we're even talking about it probably as we're setting this one up. Tickets are on sale for next year already. All those things are happening. So if people can get out there and bring us your money, you never know, it might give us something more to look forward to next year.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. And once again, thank you for being who you are here at the Tank Museum.
No. Without you lot, it wouldn't be worth doing. And World of Tanks, thank you so much.
And now we're actually going to catch up with this morning's show, starting with World War I.
The tank getting closer now. The first time that German infantry actually came across tanks, they were utterly petrified. They didn't know what things were. The German NCO actually ran off down the trench shouting, "There's a crocodile coming." Now the enemy are retreating. There's a Lewis gunner. He has taken up a flanking position. Lewis gun, light machine gun, some extra firepower other than the rifle, the SMLE, carried by the British infantry. Now, we've got another armoured vehicle. Now, I said that one was a replica. This is the real deal. It makes me immensely happy to see this little Renault FT tank coming towards us, more than 100 years old. About 3,000 of these were built by Renault, by the French company, and they are a different kettle of fish to the British heavy tank. Weighs about 7.5 tons, not much faster, about 3.5 miles an hour, and machine gun armed with a crew of 2. But the thing about this, the little Renault FT sets the pattern for every tank afterwards. It's got an engine at the back, the crew at the front, and it's got a traversable turret with either a machine gun or a 37mm Puteaux cannon. It's a cracking little vehicle, and these were in service for a long time. Built 1917, 1918, they're still around during World War II. In fact, some of them were captured by the German army and used as a Beutepanzer. The FT's coming forward, and the 2 tanks will now close in on the enemy position. The enemy withdrawn back to a second line, but they're still fighting, they're still firing. As the Renault goes past, you can see she's got a tail skid at the back to help her cross trenches. If it looks like she's got suspension, that's not suspension, that's a track tensioner. The ride in either of these things is extremely bumpy and unpleasant. Mark IV's firing in, putting down some more 6-pounder rounds. I don't think the enemy can stand too much more of this. As the tank goes forward, our infantry will close in behind. And imagine that tank going forward, crushing.
And it's already getting the design for its replacement is going on, which is the tank behind it, the Matilda II. So one of the problems Britain had in the 1930s is to find the factories that can actually, now we've got the money to start building some tanks, where can we do it? So they go to railway companies, they start up, there's a company called Vulcan that used to make, it was a foundry that helped make steam engines. They go with a design that becomes the Matilda II. Vulcan are actually really good. They put it together in a couple of years, which is not a bad time to design and build a tank. But there are issues. These are complex vehicles that take a lot of skill and a lot of machinery to make. So the Matilda I and Matilda II, they see action with the British Expeditionary Force in France in 1940, and famously a battle at a place called Arras, where the 4th and 7th Royal Tank Regiments sweep down the hillside from Vimy Ridge and go into the flank of the 7th Armoured Division, the Germans there, who were advancing under Rommel to the coast. Really panicked the German army at that particular moment until Rommel comes back, establishes a gun line.
Welcome back to Tankfest 2025. What a fantastic display there. Museum's own Matilda. For me, Mark IV replica. Mark IV replica, every time I see it, always makes me think of the regiment, Royal Tank Regiment, Heavy Branch, the Machine Gun Corps, and obviously coming into the RTR. So a very poignant vehicle for me, I have to say.
The early days of tank warfare, absolutely. And of course, it is a replica vehicle, and it was actually constructed for a very, very small part in the movie Warhorse. It's only a fraction. I think it's about 10% smaller than the real thing. But the way it looks and the way it moves is, I think, very, very true to life.
I've actually been lucky enough to be inside it, and it's even the sort of noise it makes inside when it's clunking along is absolutely fantastic. And what a great movie, Moad.
Oh, absolutely. The other good thing about the World War I display is that we were lucky enough to have two genuine World War I vehicles, the FTs, the French FTs from the Well Foundation. We've got an interview coming up with a member of the Well Foundation later on. But yeah, from those Second World War vehicles, any particular favourites for you?
Well, I think I have to. I'm sorry, I have to. I don't know. I mean, I do love the Renault FT. I do love, I said, the Mark IV. The Churchill, of course, will always have a special place in my heart.
Like to see the Churchill. The Matilda II. I'm a big fan of the Matilda II. A bit of an underrated vehicle, in my opinion. In fact, we recently did a video on the Matilda II on our YouTube channel. So if you haven't watched that, it's presented by Chris Copson, who was presenting some of the commentary in the arena early on. Please do check it out.
Now, of course, though, this year we have focused on one tank in particular.
That's right, and thanks to World of Tanks, and in particular our friends at the Musée de Blonde, so the French Tank Museum in Saumur, we have been...
Good pronunciation.
Thank you very much. I've been working on it all day. We have been privileged to welcome a very special guest, and shortly we're going to be seeing it in action after this next VT.
World of Tanks is proud to be facilitating a world first. There is only one running King Tiger in the world, and it belongs to the Musée de Blonde in Saumur, France. And with their help and our friends at the Tank Museum, we're proud to be bringing it to Tankfest 2025.
It's the first time a King Tiger has ever run on British soil. And it's the first time since World War II that anyone will have seen a King Tiger running with its younger sibling, a Tiger I. It's going to be an unforgettable occasion, and all of us, from the Tank Museum, the Musée de Blonde and World of Tanks, are excited to be part of it. To make all this happen, we've had to ship this 70-ton relic on an epic 363-mile journey from Semur in France's Loire Valley. And believe me, it's not been straightforward. Our transporter had to negotiate closed roads, weak bridges, a blown tyre and French customs before having to wait for the tide to be just right before they could board the ferry to Southampton.
But this King Tiger's journey began over 80 years ago in the countryside of Normandy.
It's late August 1944 and the Germans are in full retreat across northern France, with the Allies in close pursuit. Retreating through one village, the battle-scarred King Tiger 300, a 503rd Heavy Panzer Battalion throws a track as its left drive sprocket fails. It's abandoned by the side of the road. Not far away, King Tiger 123 of 101st Heavy Tank Battalion have been immobilised by engine failure. It's taken 10 direct hits and the surviving crew members have scrambled away. As the fighting overtakes them, they are dragged away and placed side by side in the workshop. When the war is over, the French military used parts from both to create a working example for testing. With the turret and engine from King Tiger 300 and the chassis, tracks and gearbox from King Tiger 123, the composite King Tiger became part of the Musée de Blonde's collection in 1975. It was restored to working order in 1981, and today it is the world's only running example of a King Tiger, presented in the Normandy camouflage in which it was captured in 1944.
All this thanks to the efforts of the team at the Musée de Blonde to keep this unique piece of history alive.
Hey Steve. And the theme of this display is changing tactics. And you'll remember David just told you that between the wars America had of light tanks and combat cars. They really didn't expect to fight either the Canadians or the Mexicans anytime soon. When France fell in 1940, they woke up to the impending threat of fascism and very quickly swung into action producing armoured vehicles. Now the one we have here is the M5A1. It wasn't the first American tank to see combat. The first American tank was the M3, but essentially the M5 is an upgraded M3. The M3 was a development of an existing light tank, rushed into service. The British had it in North Africa. They liked it because it was reliable, it was quick. They called it the Honey, but they didn't like the lack of protection and the relatively small gun. Now the gun you can see on there is the standard American anti-tank gun, 37mm. This is what the Americans thought would be a successful tank killer. Even by 1942, that was becoming obsolescent. But nevertheless, they rushed these tanks into production and started to upgrade them to produce this, the M5, slightly bigger turret, slightly bigger hull because they changed the engine. They rejected the Continental Radial Aero engine, which they had been using in the M3. That was a big, tall engine. Got rid of that, put a couple of twin Cadillacs in there, and produced the M5 Stuart. Now, the Stuart was undergunned. This tank isn't undergunned. This is the replacement for the Stuart. This is the M24 Chaffee, specifically designed as a light tank and specifically designed to meet some of the criticisms that the Stuarts had been subject to, in particular the firepower. Now that gun on there is a 75mm. I'm sure David would have explained basically the hole, the size of the hole that you look down when you look down the barrel. Not designed for a tank. It was originally designed for an aeroplane, the B-25 Mitchell bomber. The Americans were very concerned about the size of the Japanese fleet in the Pacific, so they wanted some kind of ship-busting, long-range aircraft. They were going to fit these 75mm underneath a Mitchell bomber. Wasn't a great success as an idea. A number were made, but it meant that there was a load of surplus guns available they could put into their new light tank. It's got the same twin Cadillacs that we've seen in the Stuarts. It's lightly armoured. The spec said they wanted it round about 20 to 25 tons. So that meant you had to limit the thickness of the armour, and that was the main criticism from the crew, that this tank loved the firepower. It's still relatively underprotected, particularly from mines. Now you'll notice that this one's in British colours. A relatively small number were provided for the British Army, and interesting, the 7th Armoured Div, the so-called Desert Rats, who had been using Stuart M3 and M5s for their reconnaissance tanks, because by the middle of the war, those light tanks were becoming pretty useless when faced with these heavier German vehicles. They replaced their M3s and M5s with the M24 Chaffee. Had a long service life. It fought in Korea, for instance. They were shipped from Japan into Korea at the start of the Korean War. Didn't fare desperately well against the Chinese-manned Russian T-34-85s. They were outgunned. It was only really when the British Centurions turned up where we began to get that armour balance back in our favour in Korea. They fought in what was then called Indochina, French Indochina, when the French were trying to fight the Viet Minh, and famously at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, bits of Chaffees were parachuted onto the battlefield, reassembled in situ, and fought on the ground to try and defend the French positions there. The French lost, and not one of the Chaffees came out of that battle in one piece. So we can see that we've got this concept of the light tank, and it was largely intended, the control work wasn't really intended to fight as even as an exploitative tank. What the Americans really wanted to build was a medium tank. They couldn't do it easily in 1940. They came up with the interim solution, the M3 Grant, where they were trying to shoehorn a 75mm gun into a tank chassis. The Grant had a lot of good things in its favour, but equally it was about the size of a small house. Not an easy thing to hide, particularly in the desert where the British first used them. However, Rommel didn't like them because it allowed the British to engage his anti-tank guns at range. And remember, most tanks are knocked out by anti-tank guns, not by other tanks. This is the medium tank they really wanted to build. It came online in time for the Battle of Alamein, 1942. This is the M1A1 Sherman. Quite possibly the Sherman Mark, the most important Allied tank in World War II. The Russians might argue that the T-34 was, but this tank, the sheer volume of its production, throughout World War II, the Americans managed to produce 50,000, very nearly 50,000 Shermans. In World War II, the Germans produced 6,000 Panthers, right? Every single heavy engineering company in America was producing Sherman tanks. This one was produced by the Lima Locomotive Company. It's got a cast hull, that rounded cast hull, very, very strong. Because Lima was used to dealing with big engines, big locomotives, they had the capacity to do this. Not all of the others did. Ford, for instance, wasn't used to that kind of thing. They tended to use welded and bolted construction. You'll notice, if you look very closely at Havoc, she's got what's known as applique armour attached to the outside, around the front of the hull, of the turret, and on the side of the hull. That was to answer one of the major criticisms of the early marks of the Sherman, that they were prone to being penetrated and prone to fire. That was partly to do with poor ammunition stowage, which was put right in later marks, and of course by adding extra armour, applique armour on the outside. The other major criticism was that the gun, the 75mm there, was perfectly adequate in 1942. In fact, the Shermans at Alamein were easily the equal of any tank the Germans could field at the time. By 1944, things had changed. We've got Mark IV Specials with a long 75mm gun. We've got Panthers, we've got Tigers. Basically, we need a bigger gun. And here's a bigger gun. This is the M4A2. M4A2 bracket 7.6 closed bracket. This, of course, is Fury. You'll recognize it from the film. The interesting thing is that the tanks tend to be, the various types of Sherman tank tended to be designated by the engines in the back of them. And that depended on who made them. right? So this particular one has twin diesels. Sorry, he's pointing his machine gun at me for some reason. This particular one has twin diesels, right? Not as was portrayed in the film. It's not a petrol engine, it's got a diesel engine. But it's got a much improved gun, the 76mm, higher velocity, able to penetrate more enemy armor. This particular one has also got the more advanced suspension units, which became typical in the later versions of the Sherman. It's kind of confusing when you look at the story of the Sherman, because each particular mark continued to be made by whoever was making it. So the A1s were still being produced towards the end of the war. It wasn't a case of A1, A2, A3, A4, anything simple like that, right? And in fact, you can see them both moving off there. We were able to use our A2 to represent an A3 Easy 8 for the film Fury, because it had got many of the adaptations that became standard on the A3. There is no running A3 available. There was no running A3 available. So our A2 stood in for the Easy 8. There was the Sherman, a Tommy Cooker, a Ronson, as the British tended to call it. Yeah, the early ones did have this problem. They had a problem of open ammunition stowage. If they were penetrated, that ammo would blow. There was also a slight problem with the fuel stowage as well. And the important thing is they were never really intended to be a heavy tank. They were never intended to go toe-to-toe with heavy German tanks. That's an exploitative vehicle. Punch a hole in the enemy line. Generally, think of the time with artillery and what have you, you feed in your fast, exploitative tanks who then rampage around in the rear of the German. This is what this is designed to do. You can do 20 miles an hour cross country. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for a tank of its size. Its weight and armour was limited by the Americans, who wanted to keep it down to around about 30 tons so they could ship it easily. So you couldn't up-armour it terribly well. You'll notice Fury here has got wooden batons along the side. People often imagine that's for getting it out of mud. It's not. It's to defeat hollow-charged German anti-tank rockets like the Panzerfaust, Panzerschreck, right, which will explode on the outside of the wood. Easy to replace the wood, less easy to replace the tank and the crew. What it had got in its favour, and bear in mind they worked hard to deal with these deficiencies, they upgraded the gun, they put wet stowage in, or damp stowage in for later models so that the ammunition didn't fly as much. What had in its favour was it was incredibly mechanically reliable. And perhaps the most important thing the Sherman had going for it, there was always another one. Now, I'm going to pass on to my colleague David, who's going to take on another icon of World War II.
Great opportunity here to see. We've got a T-34-85 coming on, almost the Russian equivalent of the Sherman. Mass production, huge numbers, and of course the Russians, they're looking at tanks and artillery. That's it. They don't give a monkeys about their navy, their air force. They are just going to make an enormous amount of artillery shells, tubes to launch those artillery shells, and tanks. That's going to be the Russian way of war. Now the T-34-85, this is the one with a bigger turret, 85mm gun, starts the war with a 76mm gun on it. Still bigger than anything the Germans have, and most of the rest of Europe as well. A guy called Koshkin gets the design in front of Stalin in the later 1930s. The Red Army aren't that bothered. There's rivalries still in Russia. The Red Army's already just decided they're going to have the KV-1 tank, big heavy tank, 76mm gun. Do we really want this one? But Stalin, being a dictator, just as we'll see in a moment how Hitler influenced his tank design, Stalin basically leans forward, coughs politely and says, I think you ought to have this. Yes, comrade Stalin. So on it goes into production. troublesome beginning for the Russians. They've had to buy in British tanks to copy. They bought in the American Christie tanks in 1930. They're getting there with their production, building enormous factories, using tank production as part of their 5-year plan to industrialise the country. The T-34, it's there ready in 1941 when Germany invades. Germany, again, at that period has had a pact with Stalin. They're pals at the time. When the Germans come over the border, the Russians have just gone through a major purge. Stalin has killed 30,000 officers. So you've got this huge army, but very little in the way of effective leadership. And when the Germans, for their advantage, first meet the T-34, they say, you know, not very well organised, running around the place. They don't have radios. They're looking for targets, etc. So there is a tendency perhaps to think the T-34, what a great design, isn't it brilliant, etc. More T-34s are knocked out than any other tank in World War II. But that doesn't matter for the Russians because they see it like we would a hand grenade. If you need a certain number of T-34s to get to A to B on the battlefield, there they are, and we'll get another load for you when you've got to B. So they really see this as a munition that's going to be disposable. At one point, they reckon a T-34 will be in combat 6 weeks before it gets knocked out. So as long as we've got those thousands and thousands and tens of thousands coming, they can supply that as a part of their battle technique, how they're going to fight, their doctrine. And the other thing about the T-34, it is not just a crude lump, it's part of a bigger system the Russians have got. How they're going to attack, how many shells are going to be needed before we're going to get that breakthrough. So actually by 1945, the Russian system of how they're fighting is much more sophisticated than just pure numbers. But a fantastically important bit of kit in World War II. They were going to redesign a new tank, T-44, after the Battle of Kursk. They decided against it. Let's just improve the T-34 with a bigger turret, bigger gun. Why was it they needed? At Kursk, they beat for the first time the Panther, the Tiger I, and the Elephant. So that heavy German armour has got an enormous effect. We're very privileged, obviously, here today to see a King Tiger, the only running King Tiger. It's come all the way from Samur. Many thanks to World of Tanks paying for this, making it happen that way. This is the second model of Tiger tank. It's developed almost at the same time as the Tiger I, but it takes longer. And that's because Hitler has said in May of 1941, I want you to put the long-barreled L-71 88mm gun on a tank. And first of all, everyone says, can't be done, sir. Hence Tiger I with a shorter barrel. This is the one that Hitler really wanted. Another dictator, if he says something, it happens in the end. Now, just like with the Tiger I, there's the HWA, the German Weapons Office. They get two companies to bid for the production. Krupp, the arms manufacturer, makes the turret. Nothing to do with the designers. That way they design their own one. Henschel and Ferdinand Porsche's consortium, or his company, both put in bids. Porsche, he's got the ear of Hitler, but most of his military designs in World War II, apart from the Kubelwagen and mainly the Schwimmwagen, are pretty useless because he over-specs and complicates things. He wants this vehicle to be petrol-electric drive. They've already had trouble with that with the Tiger I, doesn't work for them, and the Germans are really wary about that. It needs copper for the electric motors, we haven't got that much, etc. So it's Henschel that gets the design going. And forgive us if you've heard this all the time, but here we have a pre-production Tiger II, and it's got that turret that was erroneously called for many years the Porsche turret. Porsche had nothing to do with it. Krupp designs it, they realise it's overcomplicated, it's got what they call a shot trap, So this production turret is what goes on the main production tanks. First 50 of them have the earlier turret. And why that was a problem was you had to bend the metal, there was cracks in the metal, etc. This one's simpler to build. And even the Germans, even though they've got this beautiful engineering, complex issues, etc. they're doing, even they realise, with Albert Speer coming as production minister, simplify, simplify, simplify is where you can. Speer is trying to persuade Hitler all the time. Are you honestly sure you need something this big, sir? And we get obviously enamoured. Boy, isn't it impressive? That's huge size of gun. The thickness of the armour never penetrated on the front by any Allied tank, it looks like, in World War II. 2,000-3,000 metres, if you're hit by one of the armour-piercing rounds, nothing's going to survive that on the Western battlefields in tank terms. So it is very, very impressive. Downside, they can't simply make enough of them. And in October of 1944, the Henschel factory in Germany is bombed, and it really causes trouble for production. They end up losing. They give up on the idea of the Maus, the famous even bigger tank the Germans were going to build. That's abandoned, and production of the King Tiger, it ends up being limited about 490 odd by the end of the war. Again, something that we're looking at, 68 tons. What a problem you've got, because again, that's going to be a tank that has teething issues. How do we get it to make the transport tracks just like the Tiger one? You take the big outer road wheels off, thinner tracks so it can go on the railway, etc. So always going to be an issue there. So even though it is undoubtedly a technological achievement, very, very big and impressive, it certainly does not really help the Germans win the war. And you've probably read, you know, a lot of people say probably more of these were destroyed by their own crews because they broke down than ever were knocked out by the enemy in combat. Now, one thing we can uniquely do here now today at the Tank Museum is show you Tiger. There's Tiger 2, Royal Tiger sometimes, King Tiger as it was called, and there's our famous Tiger 131, the earlier model, and there they are coming in the arena together. And I'll shut up just for a moment so you can listen to those and see them go by. So if you just think there, Panzer III first started design for the German military way back in 1934. They have an issue, the Germans, building these tanks, getting the technology right. They're only just coming into service. They reckon the German military says we'll be ready in about 42, 43. Hitler jumps the gun. And so they're going into combat. This one has got, it starts the Panzer III, the one at the rear there, starts with a 37mm anti-tank gun. That's what you see in France mainly. This is the next model, 5cm gun. They've upped the armour on the front. This particular one was sent out to North Africa to fight there, and it was captured by Britain and brought back for evaluation. But if you look at that tank, the specs of it, and then the fact Hitler comes along and says, no, early on, I want you to put an enormous 88mm gun on a tank. It's going to have 10cm thick armour. He's made this enormous leap forward that the German military doesn't really want, but has to follow. And so you don't want to give Hitler credit, but of course the guns versus armour race is what World War II tanks seem to be about. So he seems to have got that right in one way, if you give him credit for that. So that leads to the Tiger I. when you look at them underneath, very similar designs, turret on the top, driver in the front, nothing radical about the differences there, just the scale. But the problem is once you're building at scale, have we got an engine? Have we got components that can really deal with that sort of weight? So again, you'll have heard with Tiger 1s and certainly Tiger 2s as well, lots of early trouble with seals, with transmissions, with gearboxes, trying to cope with that extra weight there. But a really impressive lineup of the generational difference there of the early war, what the Germans were fighting with in 41, 42, then later in 42, the very first Tiger 1 comes out, sees service out in on the Leningrad front, at the insistence of Hitler, by the way, in a place on the battlefield. The soldiers are saying, don't go there, it's all boggy ground. No, he had to go there. So the first Tigers get lost on the Eastern Front, bogged down. We meet the Tiger in Tunisia, Schwerpanzer Battalion 504, that's where 131 comes from. And of course, the story behind that one, it's brought back to Britain for evaluation. The French Royal Tiger, or King Tiger, it's got a very interesting story behind it. Again, at the end of the Second World War, if you're in France, what do? You scrap any of the enemy stuff. They put some Panthers to use in the reformed French army. This tank, composite of 2 German tanks, is put in a store by the French tank manufacturer, and it's kept out the way. And it's only in the mid-70s that finally they dig it out the back of the shed. It was really early days, let's use it for a bit of analysis, nothing much happens, and it ends up being sent to the French Tank Museum at Saumur. It's on the Loire River, lovely spot to visit. And so the French have got this one going again. It's got Maybach HL230 engine in the back. You're listening to the real thing there. Originally it had a different paint scheme. It was painted in the colours. The guy who ran the French Tank Museum in the 70s was Colonel Aubrey. He was knocked out in a Sherman when he was fighting in World War II by a King Tiger. So he painted it, or had it painted, by the King Tiger that knocked him out, and it looked like that for many. They've repainted it, and go and have a closer look at it when it's over there in during the break over lunchtime. But an amazing opportunity to see those tanks together there. Those, well, really the height of tank design at the end of the war, but not, we might argue, the right tank design. Every time one of those, the production costs, the hours involved, the energy of the design, etc. Would the Germans been better off making a few more Sturmgeschützes, like that Panzer III at the end, but without, don't bother about a turret, too much complexity, just put a casement on the top with a gun in, that'll take out, and in Normandy, Sturmgeschützes take out more Allied armour than any other model of tank. So again, from that point of view, you know, do you have plenty simple designs like the Sherman, like the T-34? Germany just couldn't make those numbers anyway, so big debate, were they right to go for high end, or should they have spread their load a little bit more? From our point of view, probably a good job Hitler was involved in the process, because basically for the German army, he cocked it up for them, you know, in his design that way, insisting all the time on high-tech weaponry, lots of experimentation. Fascinating for us as military historians, not necessarily the right thing for the German military at the time. So there goes our King Tigers going off, our Tiger 1. They'll be over there to park up, go and have a look at them. Just remember, if you go in that tank park over lunchtime, some of those exhausts might be a bit hot. Talk to the crews, talk to the guys that are restoring, driving them. Well, amazing, we've lost a generation pretty much that actually did all this. So these people are getting pretty unique experiences, what it's like to drive these various bits of kit here. So we'll see the Sherman and the T-34 off as well, and they'll run round. And again, after lunch, we're going to be seeing some of these tanks back again, including that King Tiger and our Tiger 1 in a bit of a scenario for you. So you'll be able to see that again a little bit later on from 2 o'clock in the arena there. just seeing back the Tiger One, if you see there over in the far corner. Driver, of course, that lovely phrase, going to war, looking out at the letterbox. Very small vision from the front there when you're actually driving a closed down tank. Much better to drive one with your head out the hatches, all-round visibility, you've got a bit more spatial awareness. Under fire, close down the hatches, drop your seat, and you're just looking out of periscopes where your visibility is not that good.
I mean, wow, that was truly magnificent and a sight to behold. I have no idea how you kept that secret, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely incredible pictures. Even I was blown away there. Yeah, of course, it was a big surprise for our guests over this weekend. We don't normally get Tiger 131 out for Tankfest. We have our Tiger Day events in April and September. That's when we normally get Tiger 131 out. But thanks to World of Tanks and our friends from the French Tank Museum, it was an opportunity far too good to miss. We couldn't let it pass. So now we're going to find out a little bit more about the King Tiger in our next VT.
It's arguably the most imposing tank design of World War II. The King Tiger first saw action in Normandy in 1944.
With a production run of around 490, it was not a vehicle you'd ever be likely to encounter, which was probably a good thing. Because it's huge with an incredibly powerful gun and armour that was almost impenetrable. The KWK 36 88mm gun as fitted to Tiger 1 was already devastating against all existing enemy armour.
But the 88mm KWK 43 L71 was a massive upgrade, able to do even more damage from further away.
In its general shape, you can see real similarities to the Panther tank.
It's got sloped armour to benefit from increased line of sight thickness and make ricochets more likely.
This was a design feature that had proved successful on the Soviet T-34 and was basically pinched by the Germans in the design of the Panther.
The armour at the front here is 150mm thick, meaning there wasn't a tank in existence that had a decent chance of penetrating it.
So, in the sense of armour and firepower, it was a truly awesome tank, or truly terrifying tank, depending on whether you were in it or you were up against it. But these incredible strengths came at the cost of mobility. Surprisingly, not so much in the sense of speed or ground crossing ability, but in the sense that they broke down a lot, particularly in the hands of inexperienced crews that hadn't quite learned the idiosyncrasies of operating these complex and mechanically fragile machines.
And when they did break down, they were difficult to fix.
Generally speaking, crews would struggle with roadside repairs, whether that be through a general lack of mechanical training or the sheer difficulty of undertaking the tasks. Heavier tanks tended to need specialised workshop equipment for repairs, and for that reason, a broken down King Tiger would often need to be recovered to a mobile workshop. Of course, that could only be done if there was a vehicle recovery available to recover such a heavy tank. And if they could recover it, there was no guarantee that the spare parts it needed would be available, because keeping King Tiger units supplied was a major logistical challenge for the Germans.
And as for fuel, these vehicles were thirsty, and fuel was often scarce, so that was a problem too.
And there's not much point having the best kit if you can't use it. By the time the King Tiger arrives, the Germans are losing the war, and that puts even more pressure on logistics and supplies.
Of course, there were never enough of them to have any significant impact on the war, and that's why so few remain today.
In fact, it's interesting that both this King Tiger and the Tank Museum's production King Tiger were both recovered from the battlefield, having been abandoned after they broke down. So how do they keep it running today? And what's it like to drive?
Hi, I'm Eloise from the Musée des Blindés. I'm the communication manager.
Hi, I'm Alexandre. I'm chief of the workshop of Musée des Blindés. Alors c'est un honneur de conduire ce genre de véhicule qui est très rare, où peu de gens aujourd'hui conduisent le même.
It's an honor for him to be able to drive the King Tiger, because not many people in the world are allowed to drive it.
Alors, sur un côté technique, c'est un véhicule qui est d'un côté relativement simple, avec un volant et une boîte de vitesse, on va dire, robotisée.
Okay, that's a vehicle that's quite easy to drive, because there's a wheel and the gearbox is robotized.
Mais d'un autre côté, il faut être énormément à l'écoute du véhicule et de son moteur pour le préserver.
But you have to listen carefully to the engine and to the vehicle itself in order to preserve it.
Donc sur la visibilité dans le char, le gros avantage qu'a le Tigre 2 par rapport au Tigre 1, c'est qu'on peut conduire tête dehors dans les phases normales de déplacement. Et donc ça nous permet d'avoir une visibilité vraiment intégrale du devant et pas seulement dans un épiscope.
What's easy with the King Tiger compared to the Tiger 1 is that they can drive with the head outside of the tank. So they have more visibility when they're driving on the field.
So we've now dropped down inside the turret of our King Tiger, and you can see there's actually quite a lot of space for the turret of any tank. However, let's not forget it was a crew of 5 on board the King Tiger, 3 here in the turret and 2 down the front, the bow gunner and the driver. Now, a lot of it around us, you can see the ready round stowage. We've got 22 ready rounds located there, and the King Tiger could hold 86 rounds in total. Now, the biggest part of the turret, of course, is taken up with the breech of the massive 88mm gun with the recoil cylinders located on top. Now, we had to have a fair amount of room in here, of course, because here is a round. Ugh. This is the 88mm round, and as you can see, to actually manhandle this around the turret must have been quite a feat. It was a very powerful round, and it actually had twice the amount of propellant that the Tiger 1 had, giving it a muzzle velocity of 1,000 meters per second.
So the conclusion we have to reach about the King Tiger is that whilst it was a clearly an incredible design, the Germans simply didn't have the means to support it adequately in the field.
And welcome back to Tankfest 2025. And it's with my great pleasure that we're joined now by our friends from the Musée de Blondet in Saumur, France, the French Tank Museum. And I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel Yannick Klauser. I hope I have pronounced that right.
Yes, it's right.
And Heloise, who's the communications manager for the museum. Now, Heloise, before we start, what happened?
Yeah, I got into a little accident with the King Tiger, actually. I was climbing on top of it to record a video, and for some reason I did the wrong movement, and my cruciate ligaments are broken.
It's not everybody that can say they've been in an accident with a King Tiger,
yeah.
Really, is there?
I'm the last victim of the King Tiger, I guess.
The King Tiger. Now, Colonel, perhaps you could tell the viewers a bit more about the museum.
Yes, I'm the curator for 2 years. I'm the curator from the Musée des Blindés in Saumur, in the Loire Valley. The collection has more than 800 vehicles, and 100 are running in running condition. To do that, we have a wonderful crew with mechanics, 4 mechanics in our workshop center, and to help these 4 mechanics, we have volunteers from the support association of the museum.
Fantastic. Now, for those that haven't been, the Musée de Blondet, I've been fortunate enough to have been there many times now, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful collection. And for the amount of staff and obviously the volunteers, they do such a wonderful job at keeping the running fleet going. So, Tankfest, how are you both finding Tankfest so far?
Tankfest is a very great opportunity to us to participate and to increase the relation between our 2 museums, Tank Museum and Musée des Blindés in Saumur. It's very amazing, so a very good organization. Thank you to Tank Museum and World of Tanks for this very, very good collaboration. It's amazing. It's a very good moment.
Yeah.
Heloise, Tankfest?
Yeah, we're delighted to be here and so happy that we could have both tigers together in the arena. So it's a wonderful collaboration between World of Tanks and the Tank Museum, and we're really happy to be here.
Well, from all of us, everybody, the museum, World of Tanks, all of the audience here, we're just going to say to you both, obviously, and all the crew, thank you so much for bringing that wonderful vehicle across.
Thank you so much.
It's been an absolute joy, and may I say, an absolute pleasure to work with you all for the duration, and obviously the preparation presentation for Tankfest. So Colonel Heloise, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you so much.
And now we're going to go and join our very own Chris Cobson, who's going to look at the differences between Tiger 1 and Tiger 2.
Tankfest 25, and we are incredibly pleased to have what is really a unique event. 2 Tigers, our own Tiger 131 plus the Samur Königstiger running together. Now, that's probably the first time that's happened since about 1945, in all honesty. So it's quite a spectacle. Now, these are 2 very different tanks. They have one real commonality, which is they're both designed as DROPBEARS, which is heavy assault tanks. Now, that's a concept that actually dates back to the mid-1930s. And the idea was that these are heavy tanks that would actually punch through enemy lines, allowing that gap to be exploited by later armour. Now, nothing much happens about it, apart from some prototypes and messing about like that, until the Wehrmacht goes into the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa, in 1941. And at that point, they are encountering 2 nasty surprises, T-34 and the KV range. Russian, Soviet-built tanks that are much better than anything the German army has got. So they decide what they need is a tank that will mount the 88mm gun, the 8.8 centimetre KWK 36 gun. Now that is quite a meaningful piece of hardware. That will put a round through a Sherman or a T-34 armour at about 1,500 metres. The tank they build is Tiger 1. It would be unfair to call it a stopgap, but essentially it's a bit of a combination of vehicles. So elements from Henschel, a turret from Porsche, but what they end up with is a marvellous gun platform for the 88, and it's heavily armoured as well. The armour on the front of the Tiger 1 is 100mm thick. So there's very little can actually knock it out. That's fine, that's great. We've got what might be a world-beating tank, but it's not a finished product, not as far as the German army is concerned. They are thinking they now need something that will effectively last into the medium term, the next 5 to 7 years. And the mid-1943 onwards, they're thinking about a different vehicle, and that is Tiger 2, the Königstiger. Very different in a number of ways. To start off, they've got an even bigger, more powerful gun. They've got the KWK 43, still 88mm, but it's a lot more powerful. That will put a round through Allied tank armour up to about 3 kilometres away. Huge distance. It's also redesigned. They have, in Russia, they've encountered the T-34. That has sloped armour. So the armour on Königstiger, not only is it on the front, it's 150mm thick, it's also sloped back at 50 degrees. And that gives you a massive degree of protection. Not only does it make the armour effectively thicker, it increases the possibility of a ricochet. Now, the bad news about both of these things really is their weight. One weighs 57 tonnes, Tiger 1. Tiger 2, it's another 11 tonnes heavier. They both effectively got the same engine, the Maybach HL230, but the weight puts a huge amount of stress on the drivetrain. So neither, to be honest, is mechanically reliable. Nevertheless, you have got 2 tanks that are designed to effectively terrify Allied tank crews. The other problem with them, though, is numbers. Now, the US industry is knocking out Shermans like they're going out of fashion, 50,000 of the things. Soviet Union, the same, 50,000 T-34s. You've got under 1,500 Tiger 1s and under 500 Tiger 2s. So they're amazing vehicles, but they're never really going to be there in sufficient numbers to make a major difference. And the concept of the Durchschnittwagen, they don't really get to do it. By the time these things are in service, the German army is on the back foot. So the idea of a heavy breakthrough tank it doesn't happen. What these are doing is effectively to fight desperate rearguard actions against overwhelming odds. And that effectively is the end of the story. They are a tactical success, they can dominate the battlefield, but they are a strategic failure.
Well, thanks to Chris Copson for that very in-depth assessment of the performance of the Tiger tanks in the Second World War. Now, we're just in the countdown now to our first live segment, which will be the World War II mock battle, which will be based around a scenario towards the end of the Second World War, because, of course, this year was the 80th anniversary of V-Day, something we covered slightly earlier on this year.
We did earlier on this year. You may have joined us. We did our VE Day live stream, which I have to say for us was, you know, it was a demanding in many aspects live stream, trying to get, you know, the theme right, trying to get everything right. But I have to say, I mean, again, absolute kudos to the museum staff. So many of them were involved in the VE Day live stream. They did so well.
Absolutely. A lot of new faces were appearing on screen for the first time, and I think they did a tremendous job. Now, you'll be pleased to hear that one of the vehicles taking part in our next arena display is the Tiger II. And we've just been speaking with our friends from the Samur Tank Museum. Richard, do you have any particular favourites from the Samur collection?
Do you know what? I have to say, I am amazed at their AMX collection, generally their AMX collection. I mean, I think I'm right in saying, or they may get shot down in flames, they've got every AMX, including a couple of sort of prototype versions of it as well. But the museum itself is absolutely fabulous. And the AMXs may have changed since I was last there, but you go outside, they're around the corner, and it's just row after row of AMXs.
It's a fantastic museum. You should definitely go and visit. It's the second best tank museum in the world. But right now, we're going over live to the main arena.
GIs in the back of that truck, that GMC you can see there, are going to be veterans of Omaha. A lot are going to be replacements by the very nature of the casualty list that they racked up. But here they come with some light armor support. We've got an M5 light tank, and we've also got a Chaffee. Now, the Chaffee, you'll notice, is painted up in British colours, which suggests that it's part of the 7th Armoured Division, who use the Chaffee as one of their reconnaissance vehicles, and it looks likely that they've joined up with the 29th here to add a little bit of muscle to this particular branch of the sort of probing hand, if you like, that's moving in towards the centre of the fatherland. Now, everybody realises, hello, what's this? Some fire coming down. It looks as if, yes, that was a Panzerfaust. The Americans have run into a Kampfgruppe, a small group of Germans, an ad hoc group pulled together to defend the fatherland. They're laying down fire now. They're trying to damage that 29th convoy. As it stands, it's a pretty desperate stand from the Germans. I'm looking at them. They look like a small group of Panzer Grenadiers. They're outmanned and they're outgunned at the moment, but they're determined to hold that position. The American light tanks are flanking, laying down some fire there. The Chaffee got a shot away. No, the M5's fired. It's only a matter of time before the Germans have to pull back. But I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, this will not be a rout. This will be a calculated withdrawal. They know this land. This is their land. They've spied this out already. They know where they're going to withdraw to. There's going to be no panic here. Many of the Allies, British and American, simply could not understand why the Germans just didn't give up. The war was over. Why are they still fighting? Why are people still dying? Now, here come the 29th. They're putting in an infantry attack. We've got some smoke being put down there to mark the position of the friendly infantry. This is to avoid any problems with friendly fire. The tanks and the artillery know where the GIs are. All right, they're getting some more fire down. It looks as if that's it. Yeah, the Panzer Grenadiers have decided that discretion is the better part of valor. They're bugging out of their position. Look, they're still firing. Look, they are not giving up easily, these guys. The Americans have seized the position. And they're happy at the moment, at least, just to dislodge the Germans, to move them away from their prepared position. Notice this, look, the Germans are moving and covering and moving. The chaff is, that's it, the chaff is flushing them out. These Kampfgruppe were basically ad hoc units. They were thrown together from whatever there was available. These guys are Panzer Grenadiers. They might have been Hitler Youth. They might have been an anti-aircraft battery pressing its 88s into anti-tank role. They may even have been people like Luftwaffe police. It was an ad hoc arrangement, but it worked remarkably well. And they were holding as best they could. They were making the Allies pay in blood for every meter of the fatherland that they took. And there were various reasons for that. Hitler had maintained this myth that somehow he could force the Western Allies to the negotiating table, and that then they, with the remains of the Wehrmacht, would turn east to defeat the real enemy, the Soviet Union. But I suspect we can see now one of the reasons why this particular Panzergruppe, not Panzergruppe, Kampfgruppe, was so resilient, because they know that they have armor support. And here it comes. Again, it's a mixed unit. So we've got an SDKFZ 222 light armored car, first used in North Africa. You'll see photographs of Rommel standing at the top of one of these, doing order groups. We've got Tiger 2, a King Tiger, König Tiger, and backing up is an SDKFZ Hamag 251 armored personnel carrier. And my goodness, a Spitfire, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. A flyover. Now, that is going to rattle the Germans. They will have had one eye on the sky. They will have had one eye on the sky throughout this engagement, because the one thing the Allies have got is total air superiority. Now, they're lucky today. They are very lucky. That is a Type 19 Spitfire. It's a photo reconnaissance aircraft. He's coming around again for another look. Here he comes. Hear that Griffin roar, ladies and gentlemen. That would still be enough. So they don't know it's a photo reconnaissance aircraft. I do. That will be reporting back so that we know what kind of position all along the line. They'll be checking on the degree of resistance at each point on the advance. And he's coming in again for another overflight. The fact that he hasn't engaged has emboldened the Germans a little bit. Had he been, should we say, a fighting Spitfire, the heaviest weapons he would have had would be a couple of 20mm cannons. Give him a wave, everybody. Come on, he can see you. There he goes. Come back with some Typhoons. There's a good chap. He can't do anything. You could have shot up the light armored car had he had 20mm cannon, which he hasn't got. He's completely unarmed. He could not have affected this enormous King Tiger. But it's fear of Allied air superiority which haunts the Germans. Hence, you'll notice the camouflage on the lighter armoured vehicles. That's primarily to protect them from above. The German soldiers in the Wehrmacht had a rather dark, ironic little joke they would tell each other. If you look up in the sky and you see an aeroplane and it's brown, it's a British aeroplane. If you look up in the sky and you see an airplane and it's silver, it's an American airplane. If you look up in the sky and you see an airplane and it's not there, it's a German airplane. So they had this very kind of ironic view. From their point of view, it meant that they were in constant threat from these, not so much, the reconnaissance Spitfire gave them a fright, but it was unable to engage them. They were more concerned about the Jabos, the Jaeger bombers, the fighter bombers, the British Typhoons, the American Thunderbolts. A British Typhoon pilot wrote in his memoirs that under his wings, he had the same firepower as a broadside of a light cruiser. So even our King Tiger tank here would be severely rattled by that kind of firepower. Now, there's nothing much that the American light armor can do against that Tiger. In fact, you'll notice they're taking cover. They would be very brave even to show themselves. They can engage the 222 armed with his 20mm cannon. They could engage the 251 at the back there, which is mounting a couple of heavy machine guns, an MG34 and MG42. They are impressive weapons. They can throw out about 1,200 rounds a minute. But we've got to a stage in the war where that is not necessarily an advantage. If you're firing 1,200 rounds a minute, you're going to run out of ammunition pretty quickly. You need resupply. It's going to be difficult if you can't move anything. Most of the German forces were supplied by horse-drawn transport. Again, if you look at the accounts of the Falaise pocket, where basically the Wehrmacht in the west was broken after D-Day, time and again the veterans talk about the numbers of dead horses there were there in the fields and the lanes there of the bocage. Now at the moment, the Germans are dominating the battlefield. The American light armor has withdrawn. Almost certainly they're on the radio. Where are the fighter bombers? We need fighter bombers in. These are Americans. They're going to be wanting Thunderbolts. Get some Thunderbolts up here quickly. So for the moment, the American advance has been halted. Now, why don't these young Germans simply give in? Why don't they just accept what's going on? Well, there are a variety of reasons. Some of them might be ex-Hitler youth inculcated with the philosophy of Nazism. Some of them may be afraid. They've seen the bodies hanging from telegraph poles with the signs around their necks saying, "This coward refused to fight for the fatherland." SS death squads are roaming behind the line. They might be doing what soldiers normally do, fighting for the bloke next to them. You come across that again and again. Now, the Germans at the moment have halted the advance, but the 29th aren't giving up. They didn't give up on Omaha Beach. They didn't give up in the Battle of the Hedgerows, the Bocage, the Siege of Cherbourg, Mortain. They fought their way through Normandy, and now they're fighting their way into Germany. As I said, some of these young guys here are going to be replacements. Some of them will carry the memory of that campaign with them. They are not going to be very forgiving when it comes to taking prisoners at this stage of the war, I suspect. The King Tigers moving into a position where they can dominate the battlefield. Basically, we're going to need some kind of armor support to come in if the 29th are going to make a successful attack and break this little bit of stalemate. There we are, the Panzer Grenadiers are debussing, as we'd say today, from their 251. I was right in my assumption they were Panzer Grenadiers. They've got more sophisticated uniforms. They've got the camouflage smock of the Panzer Grenadiers, but in particular, they've got armored transport. Most Wehrmacht soldiers wore the kind of 19th century field grey uniform that the standard German soldier did, and they walked into combat. These guys are the elite. They're not going to give up. The 29th are going to try and dominate them now. In they go. Another giveaway. A couple of our Germans here are using the MP40 submachine pistol. That was not as widely available to the standard Wehrmacht soldier at this stage in the wars it would have been. I can see at least one Russian submachine pistol in there as well, which has been looted from the Eastern Front. The 29th, they've got far more automatic firepower here. They've got Thompsons, they've got a BAR, Browning automatic rifle. And the idea is to lay down as much fire as you can. Now you'll notice part of the 29th have broken off. The Americans have this maxim: find them, fix them, flank them, finish them. Well, they found them, or rather they blundered into them. Now the task is to fix them until such a time as they can flank the German position. And then, with a bit of luck, they can finish them. But I suspect they're going to need some heavy support in order to deal with that German armour there. Now the Panzer Grenadiers, they realise they've been flanked. They're withdrawing again. These guys are not panicking. This is not a rout. They know their ground. They know there's a village down here which they can occupy. Buildings, very difficult to clear. There we go, we've got the 222 firing on what looks like some heavy support. It's the M4A1 coming in, Sherman. Now that in and of itself isn't going to change the game too much. We have got, here we are, an M4A276. That high velocity 76mm gun has got more of a chance against the armour of the King Tiger as long as he picks his spot. This is very finely in the balance, ladies and gentlemen. We've got significant cloud cover. That photo reconnaissance Spitfire managed it, but I've got a feeling that we have to do this without the intervention of the Jabos, the fighter bombers. There's a lot of fire going down now. The 222's moving. That can hurt these GIs in the open. They need to be careful. At the moment, this has become a bit of a standoff between the armour and a serious firefight between the infantry. Panzer Grenadiers are outnumbered, but they're not giving up. Now the King Tiger's tracking the M4A2. It does not want to take a round from that long 88mm. That will penetrate anything the Allies have got at just about any viable range. Now I can see, yes, the light Allied armour's coming in to add its support. So the King Tiger is being bracketed now. We've got two Shermans, we've got a couple of 75 on the Chaffee, we've got the 37 coming in on the M4. A lot is going to depend on whether or not the Americans can gain dominance on this battlefield. It's still an even balance. There is a slender chance that the crew on that King Tiger are inexperienced. By this stage in the war, a lot of the experienced tankies, the guys who've gone into France, even the guys who've gone into Russia, have got, hello, incoming fire. Right, they're bracketing the, every single, my goodness. King Tiger's being hit from every direction. It may not have been brewed. 251's been brewed. It may not have been brewed, but that crew is going to be at best severely rattled, at worst injured by that incoming fire. The 29th are now advancing on the village. This is it. They're going in, grenades, submachine guns, and there we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Panzer Grenadiers at last have decided that this is an impossible battle to win. There's a white flag being shown there. Again, we have coloured smoke being laid down to mark the position of friendly forces. That could well have added to the lack of morale or collapse of the morale of the Panzer Grenadiers. They may well have thought that smoke was to mark them as a target for aerial attack. So one way or another, they've decided now is the time to give in. They'll be searched for any useful intel and then shipped backwards to a holding cage back behind the Allied lines. Some of those young Germans will be resentful. There's evidence that some of them, for instance, refused to accept medical assistance when they were captured, believing that they were going to be poisoned, for instance, by the Allies. Others will be just grateful that it's all over. Give me a cigarette, Ami. For me, the war is over. Now you can see the 29th here loading up on the GMC, the lorry.
You're watching Tankfest 2025, and where would you get such explosive action as that? Not only a Spitfire, but a King Tiger. Beat that.
Pulled it all out the bag for this year, haven't we? We really do have a tough act to follow next year. The Spitfire, incidentally, was provided by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, so thank you very much to them. And I have to say, in all my years at the Tank Museum, I would have to say that is without question the best mock battle I think I've ever seen.
I even think the explosions were louder than we've ever had before, because we're obviously quite close to the action, so I hope it wasn't too loud for you at home there.
Absolutely, and so thank you very much to all of those who took part in that mock battle, the reenactors there. And of course we have a very big living history area here at the Tank Museum this year, which has got soldiers from the First World War and into the Second World War. And we'll have a bit of VT with KB taking a look around those areas slightly later on. Have you ever fancied a bit of reenactment as a hobby?
I have to say, obviously, having been in the army for lots of years, the last thing I want to do is put on a uniform and run around. So kudos to the guys there. It's a hot day here at the Tank Museum, and for running around there, not an easy task.
No, absolutely. Not in this heat.
Now, next up, of course, we're going to have some more VTs featuring somebody who I think most of you watching will be familiar with.
But first, Richard caught up with I have to make sure I get this right, Chris van Schardenberg, our vehicle collections manager.
All right.
So we're just going to take the opportunity now. We're in the workshops of the Tank Museum to catch up with our good friend Chris van Schardenberg, who's the vehicle collections manager. Have I got that right, Chris?
Yes, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Good to see you
Thank
again.
you, Chris. So how's your build-up Tankfest been?
Yeah, it's going well. The guys have been doing well. A lot of prep going on. You see vehicles outside, the Centaur ready to go. Greyhound just driving out. That's our Australian Leopard over in the Dutch barn. That took us a long time to get here. Years in the making, really. Now it's here. That will be a special guest in our workshop yard, with the Australians doing an official sort of handover with the chairman of the trustees.
Very distinctive camouflage Australians, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. And it's quite a special Leopard one. It's got a fridge on the back. It's got some cooler on the back, which is very nice. And to the left there, we have the T-34. That's from the Dutch Aviation Society. It was gifted to us. It was going to be in display, but isn't quite ready yet. So we'll have that on static display as well. Yeah, and there's some bits and pieces left over in the workshop here. This is, of course, the M47 that we did a sponsorship for. And
that looks, I have to say, it's the first time I've seen it. I mean, it looks in absolutely incredible condition now.
So ex-Italian machine, as you can see, and Matthew Pyle, who is just about to drive it out, did a fantastic job getting it all ready. And he did a great job, and he arrived last week. So, yeah, really nice job.
And
the Rolls-Royce.
I mean, who doesn't love a Rolls Royce?
Sorry, it's all hidden away a little bit here at the moment. So the Irish Defence Forces with their Rolls Royce, they arrived last night, and we just did a photo shoot with their Rolls Royce and our Rolls Royce on the training area, which the Army kindly allowed us to use for some good photo shoot.
And we've actually made a video dedicated to this vehicle and a bit of an interview with them as well.
Yes,
so
and it really looked good.
But isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, it's beautiful. So I was chasing it when we were driving it around, and it's a beautiful machine, and they're very proud to have it here, and we are very proud to have them here. So nice to see both together doing on a road run. We reactivated ours a few months back, and it's really running okay. It's nice to see them both together here at Tankfest in Bovington.
Fantastic. Is there anything that's been particularly problematic this year, Chris, or has it just been the...
Funnily enough, had a problem with finding a starter motor for a Valentine. That vehicle has been in and out of the works for a long time, and just when it was all working properly, we couldn't find the starter motor failed, and we couldn't find a suitable replacement. So we'll see if we can still do something about that tonight or not. This is just being stored here. That comes out of the Vehicle Conservation Centre, so we need to make a bit of space. The Churchill, obviously, that goes out last thing tonight, and Matthew's M47 will go out in a minute as well, ready for the tank park, ready for tomorrow. But yeah, they're doing a lot of, as you can imagine, last minute, some battery changes, charging things, cleaning things.
And what's your opinion of having the King Tiger from Musée de Blonde here this year?
Yeah, it's really just nice to see it. I've seen it a few times, once in the Netherlands, I think, at the German event. And I saw it last year in Bastogne, so it's nice to see it. And I've seen it in the museum before, but great to see it here. Always a bit of trepidation to make sure it gets through customs and everything, but it did it, and the French colleagues are great. So it's parked in the Vehicle Conservation Centre. They're coming tonight for putting it in the tank park. That should then be the last vehicle in. So yeah, it's been busy getting here, but and thank you again for the support for getting it here. But it's all coming together. The guys are doing a great job, obviously for weeks preparing vehicles, and then the last few weeks really getting everything ready. And the volunteers as well, they've been in for the last week or so, helping us setting everything up.
And I think everybody can appreciate the incredible work. I mean, all the team do down there. It's
just
such a lot of vehicles. I mean, at the moment, it's hard to appreciate us just being on camera, but everything that's going on around us.
Yeah, it's sort of been weeks, well, months in the making, really. From every department, of course, has their thing going on, but the workshop for weeks working on the vehicles and trying to suss things out and repairing vehicles. And then the volunteers are also helping us out and setting all this up in the last week. So yeah, it's exciting, and we're really getting close to getting there. So there's our King Tiger, of course, which is we're just doing an assessment that obviously came back from display in Finland. So we're just doing an assessment to see what we're going to do with it. So that's why it's here. That's our.
It's only actually when you get up close to them, isn't it? You appreciate the sheer scale of it.
It's a huge machine. And yeah, especially again seeing the Summer King Tiger as well. It's just a big piece of kit. So yeah, nice. It was earlier on in the week we had. Last week Friday we had the Tiger and the Tiger 131 together, King Tiger and Tiger 131. Which is great to see.
For an opportunistic photo shoot.
Photo opportunity. Yeah. So yeah, here you see all the start motors we're trying to sort out for the Valentine, but we couldn't quite get the right model initially. This is our Centurion. It's a bit of a back burner project, getting that ready. So it's just waiting for the engine installation now. That's the Vickers Light Mark IV is one of the vehicles that didn't quite make it. We had a problem with the engine with it, so we're getting that ready after Tankfest. It just we knew this a few months back that it wasn't going to make it. But yeah, here's our Rolls Royce. So just again, it's all bits all over the place, just whenever we could park vehicles up. So we just had it back from the run from this morning, which was exciting. So yeah,
beautiful vehicle.
But all the rest, touch wood, there's still a few on the way. The Norfolk Tank Museum is still on the way with the Centurion, with the Mark 30 Centurion. The AMX 13 from Buzz English Davis is still on its way. The French crew is coming back tonight to park their King Tiger up in the tank park. And I think, apart from these few vehicles here that still need to go, there's probably something I'm forgetting here. It's nice also to have the wheeled foundation back.
Yes, absolutely.
After the set passing of Mike Gibbs, so they're back with their Renault FT, so it's great to have them back.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed then, Chris, everything's going to go tickety-boo. You're obviously being incredibly busy, running around all over the place.
Yeah, everyone is.
During Tankfest, getting everything, controlling all the vehicle movement, going onto the arena for all the displays.
Yeah, the team does it. It's been a great team effort, and it's been good fun. It's sort of looking forward to it, kind of, yeah, probably quite happy on Monday as well when it's all safely over. But it's been a great effort by everyone everyone pulls together with events like this, and it's great to see.
Brilliant. Chris, thank you so much for your time. Good luck, and we'll see you out the other side.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
Now, the Tank Museum's Rolls-Royce armoured car is one of just 2 that still operate in the world. And we're very fortunate at Tankfest 2025 to be joined by the other one, which has been provided to us by the Irish Defence Forces. And I'm joined now by Commandant John Fitzgerald, who has kindly brought it to Tankfest for us. So, John, tell us about this fascinating vehicle.
Yes, so the vehicle is similar to the Bovington example. It's a 1920s pattern Rolls-Royce. It's built on a Silver Ghost chassis. The vehicle was handed over in 1922, one of 13 that the Irish received from the British at the time. It's, as you know, it's a 7.4 litre engine. It's built on a War Office chassis 103.
And we know that these vehicles probably served alongside each other whilst they were in Ireland,
At some point they may have. Again, we're not entirely sure if these 2 examples served together at any given time, but they were all built around the same time for that purpose, so they were.
Now, this particular armoured car has played a very important part in Irish history, hasn't it?
So it's a huge part of Irish history. The vehicle was on escort duty with General Michael Collins in Bale-na-Blow in Cork when it was ambushed on 22nd of August 1922. He was the first Commander-in-Chief of the National Army at the time, so it was a huge, at the time it caused, like a lot of at the time, that everything happened, the pro-treaty, anti-treaty forces, so it was a huge event with a huge funeral to follow. Since then, the vehicle has been restored back in 2011 due to that historical significance of the vehicle to the Defence Forces and to Ireland. It underwent a full refurbishment, and we were delighted to say that we got huge support at the time because of the significance of it. Following its restoration, it's now basically on view to the public in the Curragh Military Museum for anyone to see, along with a range of other vehicles.
So tell us about the Curragh Military Museum.
So the Curragh Military Museum, over the years, has been put together by a lot of interested, people who have, like all of these efforts, that a lot of people with a keen interest and a kind of a desire to make sure that the history is recorded. So over the years, they have built up a kind of a huge collection of weapons. They've got even the flag that was taken down when, basically when the British left the Curragh back at that time. And they have a Peerless armoured car, which we rebuilt. It's a replica with the support of the Bovington Museum. We were over here for 2 days to take care of that. There's a Comet, there's a Churchill, there's a range of vehicles on display in the Curragh Military Museum.
And Curragh, as I understand, it's not far outside of Dublin, is it?
No, it's about an hour south of Dublin. So it's the Defence Forces Training Centre is the correct title for the camp, but the Curragh Military Museum is within the camp, and it's open. There's no requirement for security pass or clearance. You can come in. It's open on certain days, and it's available on the website, on the Defence Forces website to see.
Fantastic stuff. And last but not least, I know this isn't your first trip to Tankfest, so what are you looking forward to seeing this year?
Well, I think the trials are the piece that everyone wants to see, so hopefully get over to the ring, to the arena to see that, and again to have a walk around to see what new pieces are in the museum since our last visit here. We've recently acquired Lancia, a chassis, so as part of our visit over here, one of the other purposes is to have a look at the Lancias here and maybe reach out to people who are here who may have some parts as part of their restoration.
Lovely. John, once again, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Ireland for Tankfest 2025.
Thank you.
So fam, I know this vehicle is going to be running on Sunday/today, depending when people see it and we're recording. Is it going to be alone?
No, it's not. So good old Tiger 2 here is going to be joined by its older but littler brother, Tiger 131, which is just on the other side of it. It's going to be quite a sight. It's going to be the first time that both of these vehicles have been running together, and I think it's also possibly going to be the first time, possibly since just after World War II, that both a Tiger 1 and a Tiger 2 are going to be running at the same time together.
And we brought them here to run.
Yeah,
and we brought them here to
big
run.
thanks for World of Tanks for bringing this over from the Samoa Museum in France. So it's going to be absolutely, I think it's going to be brilliant. Very much looking forward to it. Excited to be able to witness literally a bit of history in the making. It's going to be very, very cool. And to be fair, it's going to be really cool to see everyone's reactions to it as well. Like, this is a brilliant piece of history, and it's happening here at the Tank Museum with help from you guys at World of Tanks and the Samoa Museum as well. So yeah, it's going to be sick.
Yeah, no, thank you for having us. It's amazing. I love Tankfest. I love being here, though it's my first time in the Tank Park, which
it's brilliant. One of the best parts.
Is a surprise. So yeah, I don't know if you've got a shout out of your channel to announce your return to your well-being and video recording.
Am I returning? Not really. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm hopefully going to be back making shorts. Hopefully in the next in the next few weeks or in the next week or so. We're still in the process of me getting back, doing my Fan the Tank Man stuff, well, just the usual short stuff. But yeah, no, it's been a while, but I do miss it. But I'm looking forward to getting into that again as well. So yeah.
Okay, and that's going to be on the Tank Museum YouTube channel, TikTok.
Yes. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff.
Perfect.
So yeah, depending who you are, will depend what you watch our content on. But it's all catered to you guys specifically, so hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Oh, that's amazing. And you definitely should come to Tankfest. As you can see, it's always sunny here at Tankfest.
Which is rare for the UK. But yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And it should be back to Richard and Nick.
Welcome back to the Tank Museum and to Tankfest 2025. Wasn't it fantastic to see Paul Famajura there recovering well after his quite serious road accident? We're very pleased that he's starting to return to work now. And I've got to say as well, the chaps from the Irish Defence Forces really were an absolute pleasure. If you've been to Tankfest this weekend, I hope you've had the chance to go over and have a look at their Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. And if you aren't here this weekend and you're ever in Ireland, please be sure to go and check out the Irish Defence Forces Museum at Curragh Barracks. They really are a fantastic bunch of guys.
No, it was great, and it was nice to see Fam again. I wish him a speedy recovery. I know we're going to have to run through this as things are about to start, so check out the drops. It's still going, and there's the museum socials as well as the store as we head into the next segment.
We take the first Centurion tanks to Germany, we test them, and everybody starts liking them. We think this is going to be a really good tank. And coming on now is the last model of that Centurion as a gun tank in British service, the Mark 13. So why was this such an important tank for Britain? Well, one of the reasons is as we made the tank, there was an awful lot of tanks in Europe at the end of the Second World War. These were passed on to other nations, but we're also now entering the time of the Cold War. The idea of the Eastern Bloc countries under Soviet domination, Warsaw Pact it was sometimes called, versus the capitalist countries of the West, NATO. That's why NATO is formed. And this terrible thought that our tanks compared to some of those tanks we've seen in things like the Berlin Victory Parade, tanks like the Russian heavy JS-2, 3, and we know they're building bigger tanks. What are we going to do about that in terms of firepower? Now, for the British Centurion, we start with a 17-pounder gun. That's the one that was on the Firefly in World War II. We put it on the Archer tank destroyer. Very good, very powerful with the right ammunition. What was great about the Centurion is they'd realised as they're designing it in World War II, up-gunning, as it were, is bound to happen. We're bound to need bigger guns, larger rounds, etc. So they designed the tank with that capability in mind. So within 5 years, we've got the 20-pounder gun going on the Centurion. Weight of solid shot in steel that gun would fire. But there's still a worry. In the early 1950s, we've seen the T-34-85, we've now seen the T-54 tank. We are really worrying about what might come next in terms of the next generation, especially of Russian heavy tanks. What's going to come along? What size gun? We're going to need a bigger gun to defeat that. That's the thought process that's going on, why they start a program to get an immense 7.2-inch howitzer. Let's not have it lobbing shells in the distance. Let's have it as a direct fire weapon that can fire a round at a big, heavy future Russian tank. So they start a program of testing of how on earth we're going to get a gun that big onto a tank. Now, coming on now is FV4005, Fighting Vehicle 4005. They're given these numbers so that, again, rather boring, we want names, don't we? But these are so we can differentiate the different projects going on. And this is not a tank. When you're looking at it, it's not something they're thinking it's going to go into production. It's not a prototype, it's a test bed. In other words, they're setting it up to learn what are going to be the problems, what are going to be the issues. Now, this is what they call stage 2 of the project. Stage 1 had an open top. They're trying to work out these rounds for that, a gun that size, 2-part ammunition. Round goes in, followed by the brass cakes with the propellant in. They start by doing it with a loader assist system. It looks a bit like an auto loader, but they rotate the round behind the breech and then the loader can push it in. This is phase 2, where they actually build a bit of a turret to see how big it's going to have to be to actually encase that gun if it was to go into production at all. And they do a couple of turrets for this. Many of you may remember, if you're my sort of age, when you first came here in the play area, this turret used to sit on its own, looking a bit sorry for itself. It's been restored. It's been dropped on the right type of Centurion hull, Mark III, that it was being used. It went on a number of different hulls during experimental time. And it's obviously the biggest, why the wow factor, the biggest direct fire weapon ever put on a tank. It was going to fire HESH, high explosive squash head. Plastic explosive basically inside a metal case, pancake on the side of the enemy, and causes massive damage inside by the shockwave. Now, when it fired, it had such a recoil that they've got a ground anchor to drop behind it. If you fire to your side, you can only do certain angles. Too much recoil means you're going to tip the vehicle over. The great news for us is, we didn't realize it at the time, but Khrushchev, when he comes to power in the Soviet Union, he doesn't like the heavy tank program. He stops it. He says, you don't need those, you can do it with missiles. And also, in the mid-1950s, we start missile programs of our own, anti-tank missiles. So this FV4005 basically gets dropped because it's not needed in the same way. We've still got the threat of those heavy Russian tanks, but what are we going to do about it? So that was one of the British ways of looking at the problem. This is M103A2. That's what the Americans come up with as their answer to what they see that problem is. America pretty much gives up on the tank post-World War II till 1950, and then the Korean War comes along. And everybody realized, the Americans are thinking, don't worry, we've got stratofortresses, we can do nuclear bombs, etc., launched from aeroplanes or worst case submarines, etc. We don't really need tanks anymore. Korean War changed that. So all of a sudden they are trying to find tanks, literally taking them off M26 Pershings, off memorials, to go back into service, and they start new tank programs. We're going to see a couple of those in a moment. This one, though, is a heavy tank to hold a bigger gun to take on those bigger Soviet tanks. Now, this is a project. In 1951, it's given to Chrysler. The head of Chrysler, a guy called Keller, he gives it to his son. They've got a brand new factory they built. The Americans liked the idea they did in the war, spread the military production around the place. Truman backed that. They then changed their mind and say, we're going to go for specialist manufacture, only one or two. Unfortunately, Chrysler weren't the ones picked. So they built this great big new factory. They start making M47, M48 tanks and this M103. And they only have about 5 or 6 years, and then, terribly sorry, we're not interested in you anymore. That huge tank that they design is a real first in a number of areas. Huge casting for the turret. That's one big casting sitting on the top there. That turret is bigger than some of the whole tanks we saw driving around. Think of the Matilda 1. You could probably swallow that in that turret. It's that big. The gun, they've got the wartime biggest anti-aircraft gun they could get. It could fire a shell up to 60,000 feet. It was actually called the Stratosphere gun. They end up using that and think, let's have it in the anti-tank capacity. Again, instead of having to get shells up to high-level bombers, let's put it level, and we're going to fire with enormous force behind it at enemy tanks. So they managed to squeeze that in that M103's turret. Inside, 2 loaders are needed because, again, you've got this such big ammunition they're going to be able to fire there. They put it on this new hull. They finished making about 300 of them in about 1954, and they go straight in a shed. They've got so many problems, 98 remedies are needed to get that tank to work properly. Different reasons, sometimes because in the factory they took components from what they were making on the M47 and the M48. Didn't always work. They couldn't keep up with the stresses, the strains. The engine, the first engine put in there, underpowered a bit, etc. The one we've got, M102, that's got a later engine put in from the M60 American tank to give it enough welly. So when they finally issue the M60, the M103 tank, they give them to the American Army, who really don't like them that much because they're so big. How do you transport them? They're still trying to work out the role they're going to play. In other words, do they sit on the hillside? They pick out the bigger Russian tanks in the distance, whilst your normal tanks, the M47s, M48s, are in the foreground, the lighter tanks, as it were. Will that work for them? And relatively quickly, by 1960, about 5 years, they drop it. And the US Army doesn't like it anymore. And if the US Army drops something, who picks it up? The US Marines. So it goes over to the American Marine Corps, and they keep it in service till about 1976. And R1 here is part of about 150 the American Marine Corps used. R1 is in American Marine Corps colours, and it was given to us many years ago. I think I said this story before. A lot of people come here and said, oh, my dad served in this one, that one, or I served in your tank. This one, the American Marine turned up and he showed us inside where he scratched his name when it was in, he was one of the crew members. So that was going to be the answer to some of those bigger Russian tanks. It all is ruined by Britain again when we come along with a gun on that Centurion. 20-pounder, we see a captured T-54 briefly in the British Embassy compound in Hungary during the uprising. We measure the thickness of the armour on the T-54. We go away and say our 20-pounder gun on the Centurion's not good enough. We're going to have to get another one. So down at Radi in Kent, they design a new gun. That's the gun that you can see on this Mark 13 here. L7, 105mm gun, firing, armour-piercing, discarding sabot ammunition, better than this 120 gun on the M103. Now, why that's important, we copied the Americans, their 120 gun. We put it on our Conqueror tank, same idea. Whopping great tank. You can see one inside the museum. Big cast turret. Again, this idea, out to watch out for the bigger Russian tanks. When we put the 105 on the Centurion, we have to take it out of service. No point having it. This gun is so much better. It's 50% better than the 17-pounder in World War II in being able to penetrate armour. So it's got a tank, the Centurion tank, that was very good anyway, but it's suddenly let forward. Now that 107mm gun, we give it, we sell it to the Americans. They put it on their M60 tanks. They put it on the first M1 Abrams. The Germans get it. They put it on their Leopard tanks. It goes all over the place because it's so successful, still in service. So again, one of those things where technology can bring an aging system, suddenly it's up to date in that way. And what we're going to see in a moment is, after Tim shows you some lighter stuff, a little bit later on we're going to see some of those Cold War tanks with these guns on, what they were up against, what they were going to be fighting against, and at the same time, a lot of them. So if you've got your earplugs, put them in for that next session. So there's our vehicles, they're heading off. Centurion Mark 13, by the way, lots of countries. We sold half the Centurion, brilliant for us in the 1950s. It brought money back in. Lots of countries queued up to buy it. What ends up happening, we sell many on, they go all around the world, still in service at the moment with the South Africans. They call it the Oliphant. They've got, it doesn't quite look...
So we're back down on the vehicle park to catch up with our good friend, Mr. Joe Hughes, YouTube extraordinaire.
I don't know about that.
Joe, how have you been?
Yeah, pretty well. Busy as always.
Good to see that you've bought the very small
the old girl.
FE4005. Of course, we first saw this at its outing last year's Tankfest.
It's behaved itself quite well as well. It's been out and about, done all sorts of things, and last time we used it was Tiger Day. Yeah, she's been all right. We had a small oil leak that we've fixed, but tanks always have little niggles that need keeping an eye on, but otherwise she's going all right.
And just a reminder, of course, to everybody that it was a great project and, you know, a partnership between ourselves, World of Tanks, you obviously doing the work on there, and the Tank Museum.
Definitely a once-in-a-lifetime vehicle to work on.
Absolutely.
We've been thoroughly enjoyed
And
being
has it still got a special place in your heart?
Oh, absolutely, it always will. It always will. I've always liked Centurions. They've been my favourite from the start, but this is like still the ultimate, really. The trouble is, once we've done this, where can we really go from here? You know, everything's sort of not as cool, in my opinion.
And what about the upkeep? Is it a hard vehicle to keep on the road?
It's a hard vehicle to drive, as we've found it, because of the weight, and it's not like a normal Centurion. They normally drive really nice. This one we find's not the nicest to drive. It's all right in a straight line because it's quite light, so she's fast, but you can't steer too well. You know, But no, it's all right. We've got a few more things we want to do at the end of this year. We want to just go back over it because it's done quite a lot of track miles now. So we want to go through all the suspension, go through the engine, probably give it a service, check everything over. Because obviously, Tankfest last year, we hadn't even trialled it. You know, it was a bit of a worry. Was it going to work? Was it going to break down straight away? But it's been okay. So what we want to do is look over it before any more use with it after this year. We'll check it over, paint it up in areas that need touching up, and there's a few more little bits and pieces we need to finish in the turret, just a few little details. So yeah, there's still bits to do, but still I think the best vehicle we could have brought.
Cool. Let's have a wander then and a chat while we keep going. Now, obviously, this is the build-up to Tankfest. Lots of vehicles arriving all the time. So what else should be going on?
So we've actually, funny enough, we're about to walk by one. We've been working on an M60 recently. If you look on our page, and it come from I think now where it came from, Greece. It came from Greece. It belongs to the Armageddon Military Museum collection, and we've got the job of helping them sort it out. But it's had quite a severe deactivation process. They've cut all the front armour out here, and that's done quite a lot of damage to the inside of the vehicle. And not only that, the engine in the back, when we tried to run it up, because it was in an unknown condition, we ran the engine up and it was very, very smoky, and it was blowing a lot of oil out of places that it shouldn't have been blowing oil, which was quite unusual. So we took the engine to bits. It's Continental V12 air-cooled, and we found that one side of the engine, several of the pistons actually melted away.
Good Lord.
So that's a fairly major small project.
They've got a bit of a reputation being quite hard to work on as well, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, the actual vehicle, it's new to me. I've never had much to do with M60s before. Getting the actual pack out, brilliant. Probably the best tank I've ever worked on. You can actually have the engine pack out in an hour. There's only 2 pack bolts at the back. You just lift it straight out, flip a few decks out of the way. You've got like stable doors at the back, but such a good design in that way. But when the engine's out, working on the air-cooled engine isn't so much fun. That's quite, you need specialist spanners, which of course we didn't have.
You don't have.
So we've made some. I have ordered the right spanners since. But no, we're hoping to actually get the parts. We've had a few people actually get in contact with us and say, look, hey, we've got pistons, we've got liners. So fingers crossed we can revive the old engine, and then it's just a case of welding all the armour back up. So just a small project. This is nice, isn't it?
This is very nice.
Where's
indeed.
his big brother?
Where's his big brother? Hiding at the moment.
Coming out to soon.
Coming out to play soon. What is your opinion then of seeing the King Tiger at the show?
I'm really excited to actually see the King Tiger, because, to be honest, the only time I've ever seen one is the one in the museum that obviously isn't a runner at the moment. But to see one driving around will be quite an experience. And where else in the world are you really going to see the two.
Exactly. Yeah,
I think that's going to take some beating, really, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
And of course, with all the other vehicles they've got it, this year as well, got some really interesting ones as always. But I don't know where else you would find all these awesome things.
So is there any projects in the pipeline? And I appreciate some of it is like this is sometimes hush, top secret. I'm not allowed to talk about it.
We can say what we're allowed to say. But
you can say what you're allowed to say.
We have got plans with the museum here actually to do further projects. We can't talk about them just yet. So that's a big
understandable.
But it should be fun. It should be interesting. And of course, we've always got our own bits and pieces going on. We bought recently an Antar tank transporter and a trailer. So that's a bit of a new thing. We're just currently going through the trailer, making it roadworthy, because we're hoping at our show, if we're allowed to say anything about it, the Operation Market Harbour, we are going to try and take, well, I'm going to do one load, because I imagine I'll drive it and think this was a really bad idea, but we're going to try and take one load ourselves on our own tank transporter to our own show. I mean, we're making it sound big here, but it's probably like from driving here to that radio tower over there. But it's going to be an experience, and probably at the end I'll be like, well, I'm never doing that again. But it should make for a pretty good display. So
brilliant. Joe, thank you so much for your time, obviously for being here at Tankfest, and for all that you do for all your fans, obviously around the nation, the world, of course. And good luck with all the future projects.
I can't believe people watch us.
Because you're brilliant.
Thank you very much. See you again soon.
Everyone loves a good mystery story, especially when there's the promise of buried treasure. That's why the Tank Museum is backing Operation Mother, a one-man search for a long-lost artifact central to the history of the tank and the story of the Tank Museum. It was during the 2020 Tank Museum World of Tanks Christmas livestream that Royal Armoured Corps soldier Sergeant Anthony Ches Cherrett heard something that grabbed his attention, and he hasn't let it go since.
For me, the tank I would want for Christmas is not a type of tank, it's one specific tank. The name it's most generally known by is Mother.
And since then, Ches has been on a mission to find out what really happened to Mother, the prototype of the world's first fighting tank. This is Mother. It arrived in Bovington in 1919, and it's recorded as being here, alongside the likes of Little Willie, at an early incarnation of the Tank Museum as late as 1939. It doesn't look like it was in particularly great shape either. We know it was used for a variety of tests, and here you can see the sponsons have been removed, but since then, it's been missing. So either it really was torn apart in 1940, as a number of vehicles were in the wartime drive for scrap metal, or, as rumours have suggested, it was spirited away by men of the Royal Tank Regiment, who buried it somewhere on the Bovington training area for safekeeping. It's a great story, isn't it? That Tank Regiment soldiers would be so keen to preserve their regimental relics from the scrapman, they'd go to the trouble of hiding them. But it's all pretty far-fetched, right? I mean, you can't hide a tank that easily, and the hole you'd need to dig would have to be pretty big. The point here is that this isn't really something you could do on the sly during your lunch break. And of course, having gone to all the trouble of burying it, why would no one have bothered to dig it up after? These are the questions that have occupied much of Ches's free time ever since. But you'll be amazed at what he has managed to piece together with some diligent research and a lot of patience. So where do you even start looking for something like this? The military estate of Bovington is quite big. In fact, it's a couple of square miles. Much of it isn't easily accessible, even for soldiers, and as you can imagine, the whole place has changed unrecognisably since the 1940s. So there would be little point simply getting out a metal detector and pacing around with it. Over 100 years of military training have taken place here, and there are probably quite large bits of metal littered all over the place. And to make things more challenging, it's also been designated as a site of special scientific interest. So you can't just go around digging holes wherever you like. The search for Mother was a daunting prospect, but Ches knew he'd have to start somewhere. And he started here, making local inquiries, asking around on the garrison, and sifting through the papers and documents held in the Tank Museum archive. He needed to find some shred of evidence that Mother survived, or if he was wasting his time on a tall story. For months, he was getting nowhere fast. But just as he was about to give up, he found something big. Documentary evidence from a credible source that confirmed the rumours were true.
It's always been rumoured,
rumour. There's nothing to back it up. When I spent one of my afternoons down in the archives, found the letter that gave me enough evidence, or as close to evidence as I can get, without someone giving me a map with an X marks the spot.
In a post-war edition of Tank Journal, the official magazine of the Royal Tank Regiment, the late Lieutenant Colonel Dillon wrote how another museum exhibit had been hidden from the scrapmen in 1940. The Graincourt gun was captured in World War I during the Battle of Cambrai and towed away as a trophy. It had to be buried to prevent it from being destroyed. Dillon continued,
A similar burial took place at the old RTR Museum. Major Bill Brannan found the scrap metal staff beginning to demolish some of the old tanks. It was noon, and they knocked off for lunch. Meanwhile, Bill organised a towing tank and pulled out 4 of the oldest tanks and buried them in the driving area. These 4 included Mother and Musical Box.
Colonel Dillon is an incredibly reliable source. He was here the whole time. He knows what Mother is. He buried a gun himself to keep it from the scrappers. And his best mate, Bill Brannan, was the guy that, he said, buried Mother. So maybe birds of a feather.
And this important source gave up more information. Using old garrison maps, Ches has narrowed down the location of what was then referred to as the driving area to narrow his search. And the elephant in the room, that there may be more than just Mother buried out here too. He acquired LiDAR scans of the area that show a number of interesting anomalies in the ground. But there's still a great deal to do before the digging can start. Through his Operation Mother website, Ches needs to raise £7,000 so they can fund a thorough, professional archaeological survey of the area using the latest available technology. Who knows what they'll find? But we all hope Ches solves the mystery and finds the buried treasure so we can bring Mother home after 85 years in the ground.
All right. Welcome back to the Tank Museum and Tankfest 2025, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Sergeant Ches and Craig from Operation Mother, and I've just discovered that the whole reason Ches joined the army in the first place was because of a visit to Tankfest. Am I right?
Yeah, I was absolutely recruited by the Tankfest. So I was down here, must have been 2006, 2007, looking at all the tanks, and that was me, hooked, and now here I am.
Fantastic. I remember it well, a rainy day. And you've remained a tank buff ever since, because it was, as we said in that piece of VT, a Tank Museum World of Tanks Christmas live stream in 2020 that sent you off on this journey. So what was it that our former director Richard Smith said that really piqued your interest?
Well, so instead of spending my free time with my loved ones, I was watching the Tankfest. And during that, Richard Smith was asked what tank he would like for Christmas. And that tank was Mother. And I was like, well, he can't have that. She was scrapped, right? And then he immediately follows up with, she may have been buried on the Bovington training area, but nobody knows where. So that's me, hooked in. It's about to start a 2-year posting here. Let's go.
So, I mean, it takes a special kind of personality to be that determined to get to the bottom of what's going on.
Well, I'm a cavalry soldier, so it comes with the trade.
So, what, why wasn't everything cut up by the scrappers? Because obviously things at the museum have survived in spite of that.
So, yeah, so a lot of the vehicles that survive in the hangars today were actually saved by Major Bill Brannan. And he actually made up jobs for them, bunkers all around the cliffs and all sorts to save them. But why he didn't save Mother, I don't know.
Well, we've got a lot of competition here. I admire your perseverance.
That's all right.
So anyway, any search for Mother was always going to be a massive search task. So where was it you guys decided where to start looking?
So we needed to find out where the rumour come from. And clearly rumours are their very nature, they're not written down. So we come to the museum and started asking around the old and bold that had been around here. And it was them that first said Chatty Taylor was your man. He was very, very chatty to anyone that would listen to him. And he said it was his father was involved with burying her. So that was our starting point for the rumour side of it. We also tried to look at the scrapping side of it. And actually, the first time we saw that it was scrapped, or written down that it was scrapped, was in the 50s by Colonel Goff, as he was then. So we looked into him. It's all very easy with online. And actually, we found out he wasn't here at the time, and he doesn't credit where his information comes from, and he doesn't, in fact, write it down till the 50s. So that was our starting point of was it scrapped, was it buried?
Yeah. And I remember Chatty Taylor well. He was the workshop manager here when I first started working at the Tank Museum, an absolute legend. But it was one piece of evidence in particular, wasn't it, that's proved to be the... We'll just wait for the chieftain to go past. One piece of evidence in particular, the letter from Colonel Dillon. How did it feel when you got your hands on that?
Well, it was incredible. Because I can't get enough of tank commanding, I was spending my free time, lunch breaks down here, commanding vehicles for the school holidays for the Tank Museum. But while I did that, I quickly popped into the archives just going for a book, and then literally the last piece of paper of that box, we found the letter and read it. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, if they set me up and put it in there on purpose, but I called Craig and I was like, look, I can't believe this, we found it. This is as close to evidence as we can get without someone giving me a treasure map with an X marked on it. So.
Now, he seems to think that there might be other vehicles buried there as well. What do you think about that rumour? Do you think that that there might be more than Mother down there?
Well, we hope he's a credible source, because obviously it's the source for our hunt. So if he's a credible source and he's saying there was 4 other vehicles they took off, then we'd like to believe him. One being the musical box, obviously, which is a very historically important vehicle.
Yeah. Now, I just want to quickly mention that you are doing a GoFundMe, a fundraiser at the moment, to raise the money you guys need to have a professional archaeological survey done. So if people want to help, where do they need to go?
So you can jump online to Operation Mother Facebook group, you can find us, or go straight on GoFundMe and search for Operation Mother, and you can find it on there. And be rest assured, every penny is going into the search.
My goodness, chieftains are noisy. No wonder Richard's hearing is completely gone. No doubt we'll be putting the link to their GoFundMe in the chat, so look into that and please support them if you can. A couple more questions before I let you guys go, if I may. Your LiDAR scans are really interesting. What is it that they're actually showing you at the moment of the area in which you want to search?
So for sure, they're showing us at least 5 objects that are man-made. LiDAR doesn't show us it's a tank, it's a building. All it shows us is that ground has been disturbed and that is areas of interest to start our search on.
Which are the right sort of size, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in the area that we have been indicated that perhaps they were buried.
Now, if you do find her, what kind of condition do you think she's going to be in?
Well, it's normally the first question we get. We're hoping in good condition, but that really comes down to where she is buried in the ground. She's in a boggy bit of PT, yes, she could have been really preserved. We also don't know how she went into the ground. She might have been covered up. We know with the Grencork gun, they covered her in oily rags and stuff to preserve her. So they might have done the same with Mother, at least a bit of tarpaulin over her. We really hope in good condition.
And I know you want to start looking in September, October sort of time. If she is down there, where would you like to see her end up if you manage to pull her out the ground?
We want to bring her home, so back to the Tank Museum where she belongs.
Oh, there's a Leopard 1 just speeding past. Well, Jez, we wish you, and Craig, we wish you the very best with your research. Please support them if you can. I'm sure we'll stay in touch. We'll keep our audiences updated with how you guys are getting on, and we really do wish you all the best. Thank you so much for joining me. We're going to head to the arena now, where there's some very loud and very heavy and noisy Cold War main battle tanks.
Germany's divided after the war. West Germany, in '55, the NATO says, look, we really need the resources of Germany to help defend ourselves against the threat of the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet forces. So the Bundeswehr is reformed for the first time. They're issued with American tanks, like our M47 you'll see going around in a moment, but then they start designing their own kit. About 10 years for the program, about average for after the Second World War, to put a tank together. And out comes this, which is the Leopard 1. Amazingly, some of those German wartime designers, Ferdinand Porsche is part of the team originally. A guy called Niekamp, who'd been the German guy, who's been really helpful in HWA, the German procurement agency in World War II. He's part of that team that puts the Leopard together. And the other thing about the Leopard, it becomes quite a success. The Germans have decided, don't go for big, thick armour like we did with the King Tiger. As you can see, they've gone for mobility. Thumping great big MTU diesel in the back. Get that great gun off of Britain. This is a 105 gun. Thin armour, but we're going to go hell for leather, so they won't be able to catch up with us. Now, many countries that had bought the British Centurion When that came to the end of its service life, they ended up, the next tank they bought was a Leopard 1 or a Leopard 2. Another design feature from that. That particular one, Canadian flag on the back, it was a Canadian Leopard in service, hence a maple leaf on the turret there. Now, when you have a tank in service, different countries have different ideas. Do we replace the whole fleet when we get a new one? Do you put the tank in reserve, or do you give it to your reservist units? Does it seem a bit of a waste to completely scrap a tank, get rid of it that way? Different countries got different ideas on that. And certainly the Soviet Union, their idea was, no, you don't get rid of it. You put it in a store somewhere. You have lesser units, cadre units they call them. There might only be 100 guys, not that many to be able to man them all, but come a war, we'll flood them as reservists and they fatten out again, ready to take these tanks to war again. It might not be the premium model, it might not be top of the range, but it still has an effect on the battlefield. Now for Britain, we went through periods where we were looking at replacing the whole of our Centurion fleet with the Chieftain. We ultimately do that, although the Centurions get passed down the line to secondary duties. Some are used till quite late for artillery observation roles, engineer variants, etc. But ultimately, we end up trying to put the Chieftain in the main battle tank role that the Centurion was trying to fulfill. Now, there were plenty of countries that were prepared to buy our Chieftains when we got rid of them, and one of the countries that fell in love with the Chieftain tank was Israel. And the Israelis not only bought tanks from Britain, but they also, when other countries got rid of them, like South Africa, Switzerland, Dutch, they buy them all, and they take them out to Israel. Sometimes they use them as they were. What they tended to do, though, was improve on them. So again, like other countries that copied that, we've got a Swedish Centurion with a later engine, not the original Meteor with a thirsty petrol engine. They put a diesel engine in its place. And that was, the Israelis were first to do that with a lot of their fleet, because again, it meant that you could go further, more reliable as engine technology advanced, etc. But they tended to keep that 105 gun, or upgraded the earlier Centurions as they bought them. And of course, when they came to the end of their lives, they did other things with them, built something on the top, made some into armoured personnel carriers, etc. So this idea is you keep using that very expensive bit of kit when it first comes out, so to the advantage of your country. The last actual variant of the Centurion in British Army service was the Beach Armoured Recovery Vehicle, and that was basically a Centurion hull with a sides board built up that would push landing craft off the beach. We replaced that with some German Leopard variants later on called Hippos, but they were still in service till about 2003. We've got one in the collection here. So a stunningly effective and brilliant for the UK tank, because as we said, of the 8,000 produced, about half of them were sold around the world. And in post-World War Britain, we were bankrupt. We really needed that money. So it really helped with exports. Now, moving off now is one of those tanks that we were worried about. This is actually a T-55, this particular one made after the war in Czechoslovakia. But the Russians had started designing, or I should call it back then, it was the Soviet Union, had started designing new tanks with frying pan-shaped turrets. This rounded turret, ballistically very effective. You haven't got a straight edge to hit, always a chance of a glancing blow. By angling armour, you've also thickened it for a horizontal round to try and penetrate. They've designed a tank called the T-44 back in the war. They make it in small numbers, but that, as we talked earlier, actually the T-34, we can improve that, so let's make the T-34-85. They carry on making those till after the war, and they certainly carry on in other countries doing it as well. But then they've got this new design. It's called the T-54 initially. They do another model that they're trying to make proof against nuclear attack. That's a T-55, and it's got a 100mm gun. They put the engine crossways across the back, nice wide tracks for the Soviet landscape, and it's a very effective bit of kit. A nice angled front glacé plate. So again, the idea, you're thickening the armour. 100mm gun, you know, a pretty powerful gun there we're looking at. And the wide track is because, again, the Soviet Union, you know, again, that idea, it doesn't matter about the roads. These are illegal on British roads. They'll rip up the tarmac, warm day like today. It's what's called aggressive track. It bites into the ground. NATO tanks have to have rubber pads so we don't ruin the road that way. But made in enormous numbers, almost certainly the tank. We think the T-34-85, T-54, T-55, we're looking at around 100,000 made over time. And that wasn't just for the Soviet forces. They pass it on. Poland, Czechoslovakia, all those countries that are going to be fighting. And then, of course, they're looking for other markets. When they're trying to find money, these are then sold into the Middle East, Egypt, other countries, South America end up with them, out to the Far East. The Chinese copy them and make their own version, the Type 59. So lots of these, this is an idea of a tank, goes all over the place. And to many Western eyes, moderner tanks, much more sophisticated than this T-55, but they're still out there and they're still going. So remember that, as it's easy to be mocking the fact that at the moment the Russian army out in Ukraine are using some really old kit like these tanks, but that's still got a 100mm gun on you. And if you're at the receiving end of that gun, you're not that bothered what generation it comes from, okay? This still works to a degree. And we have another issue these days, of course. We have electronics on so many things. If those electronics are jammed, intercepted, power burst, you know, this thing will still work. There's so little to go wrong on it, you can't jam it, you can't do things that way. So it might be crude, still effective tank. Now, I mentioned earlier about the Korean War. America wakes up that we're still going to need tanks. There might be types of warfare where tanks still have a validity. How many times has that happened in the last 100 years? Don't need tanks, all over and done with. End of the tank. Whoa, hang on a second, we need a tank. And that's what the Americans realise. Now, their own tank force, they get some Shermans, they get some Chaffees, they rush them to Korea that's being invaded from the north. They get M26 Pershings. Some of those are refurbished quickly. They start a new tank program. This one, the M47, hull of the Pershing, new turret on top with a new, more powerful gun. It's an interim model, and by the time it's coming out, they've almost already got some other better ideas, like the M48. It has a lot of faults in it, early days, the M47, but it's not in service with the American forces that long. The M48 is a much more thought-through design that takes over quite quickly. But because they've made a number of these, they're very quickly, as part of mutual aid, various other programs, that America is getting kit to those NATO countries, recovering after World War II. They're still building up their own industries in the 50s, early 60s, like the German Bundeswehr. Here, have some of these. So the tank sees enormous service in lots of other armies other than the American army that it was originally designed for. And as you might have watched that video earlier, this has seen a lot of combat all around the world with lots of other armies. Now, as you have seen earlier, probably this tank, you'll know, it used to sit in our sheds. It's ex-Italian army. Restoration back in the 90s started. Basically didn't quite ever happen. It was in bits, etc. And thank you to those people who helped subscribe. Their names are on the back there of it to help get this restored. And the guy who restored it's driving it round at the moment, which means that's another tank we can show off in our collection. So really grateful for that. And I know you can go and have a look at it later on. That M47 tank there. Absolutely creamed, though, by Centurions in the combats it ever fought against. Centurions, much, much better tank. Arab-Pakistan wars, M47 didn't do very well. Next tank going round, AMX-13. And it's another one of these tanks that has different stories to it. The French, after World War II, try and rebuild their own arms industry. They take Panthers and use those. They've got American tanks they've been given, so they use those as well. But France, under de Gaulle after World War II, desperate to build their own prestige back up, and some of that means making your own weapons and selling those weapons, just like Britain was doing, to try and get some money back in the bank, you know, if you're a bankrupt nation. So a number of countries were looking to buy tanks, especially after 1950 when the Korean War began. They're all looking, what can we buy? And the French have designed a light tank. They wanted it air portable, AMX-13, 13 tons. It creeps up in weight. This one, again, if you look at that little yellow on tanks, little yellow round circle with a number in, that's its upper weight for bridges. So if you're the military policeman, you're waving it forward. If you know this bridge behind me takes 20 tons, that's okay, I can get this one across. I cannot allow a Centurion across, it's too heavy. So they want this as air portable. They start it with a 75mm gun in what's called an oscillating turret. Now, if you look at that turret when it goes past, canvas webbing around it, that's the join. The top of the turret goes up and down. The advantage there, it means you can get a bigger gun in. It's not the gun going up and down, so the whole roof goes up and down when you angle that gun. And so it was a clever way of trying to answer this as a problem. Downside, you've got a big seal to try and seal, especially if we're worried about nuclear or chemical attack. Three-man crew, driver down the front, sat right next to the engine, very tight space. That gun in the top there, this is an upgraded one with a bigger gun, big thermal sleeve down the barrel. But it was an effective bit of kit, especially if you had a country that didn't want or didn't have the road space, etc., for a massive tank. So Switzerland looked at this thinking, oh, that'll be great for all our mountain roads. And of course, also, it was cheaper. And that's still attractive to many countries. So sold all over the place, the AMX-13. Still appearing, still in service with some countries. Lots of upgrade programs went through it. And it was part of a sort of sales pitch as well to say that France were back in the game. And Britain and France, we were competing with this tank. We were trying to sell our Centurions. They were turning up saying, oh, look at this one. You can buy this cheaper. And you'll see how these sagas go on. Switzerland, prime example, they end up buying some of these for certain parts of the country and forces. What they really wanted is the Centurion. The time they've got the money together to buy the Centurion, we're busy elsewhere. We need them for ourselves. Korean War. Only 5 years later do we go back and say, yep, you can now buy Centurions. We've got enough there to go round, sort of thing. Now this gun's got a muzzle brake on the end. It's another one of those things you'll see on a lot of tanks. So what's the idea of a muzzle brake? At the end of the barrel, that round piece has got what they call baffles in it. It's got little flat plates. And the idea is once the round has been fired by the gun, it flies out the end of the barrel with supersonic speed, followed by all those expanding gases from the explosion inside the breech. That's what's forced the round out. Now, if you capture some of those gases against these baffles, it pulls the gun forward, so it's not recoiling as much. And again, you know, you've got to the point where some muzzle brakes can stop the recoil up to 50%. And that's great, because it means, again, in the space there, you can put a bigger gun in. You don't need so much room for that gun to recoil. Most tank crews, if you've got a damaged muzzle brake, you can't fire the gun, because otherwise you'll just smash through the rear of the turret. So this is the M60 tank. M60, 1960, starts going into service. We've had the M47, the M48. They called, as often you see them under the heading, the Patton family of tanks. There's a sort of similarity to them in their physical appearance, but they just get bigger. This looks like a bit like one of those earlier M47s, but on steroids. The Americans at one point, they were criticised for lacking ambition in their tank design. They just tended to go, well, let's build another one and let's add 2 inches of armour and another few millimetres on the gun, sort of thing. And in a way, it worked for them because it could be done to mass production that the Americans could do. It didn't necessarily mean it was a top-of-the-range tank, but there was quite a few of them. Now you can see there, this is where, again, all that experience in the Second World War, metal casting, wonderful big steel cast turret on the top, cast hull, boat-shaped, rounded underneath, so if you go over a mine, the mine blast goes up the side and not captured underneath, which can flip you over. That's the worst thing to do. 105mm gun, that British L7 gun that was done for the Centurion. Again, for about 20 years, best gun out there. So they'll pop that on, they'll build it under license. They were going to have a laminate armour on this. Lots of new technologies around the corner, but like so many countries, if we wait, or nearly there, if we wait, nearly there, you'll be there forever. So they decide to go for steel protection, very thick, whopping great Continental diesel engine on the back to give it enough power. And there you are with that sprocket, the drive sprocket. Worth pointing out, as you see all this now, all those wheels on the ground, not powered at all, just spreading the weight of the heavy tank out over the track. The only powered wheels, one of the teeth on at the back. Wheels at the front, keeping the track nice and tense as it goes around. Now on the top, they give it a mini cupola for the commander with a 50 caliber machine gun in there. That can contra-rotate, it can look around at other things while the main gun's facing the other way. And this particular one was gifted to the museum by the US Army in Europe. Again, tanks like this, US Army first, then on to the Marine Corps. They were still using them in the Gulf War, and then they get sold and passed on all around the world. Lots of these still in service. Quite often, again, in the Middle East, with extra armour put on. Things like those little square, look like big blocks of chocolate all over the outside. Reactive armour, it's called. Blazer in the Israelis' design. So if it's hit, it blows up, takes a blast away from the main hull of the vehicle. Now, the Soviets are the people who build tanks. That's all there is to it. If you're talking about numbers, tens of thousands in the 30s, hundreds of thousands plus in World War II, and they carry on doing it. T-54, T-55, 100,000. Every 10 years, they're coming out with a new model in the Cold War. And this is one of those classics they came out with. This is the T-72. Now, Soviet designers start their thought process by saying, listen, if if you can make a tank nice and low, you're going to be a harder target to hit. So how do they do that? They get rid of the guy who has to stand up, the loader. Because if you have to stand up to pick up those shells, to put them in the breech of the gun, get rid of you, the turret can be lower, the whole vehicle can be lower. So with the T-70, well, the T-64 is the first one, and this T-72, they've got a carousel below the turret, and it's got an auto-loader system. So an arm comes up, rams in the shell, followed by the bag of explosives to blow it out, and hopefully not your arm or anything if you get in the way. We can get rid of the loader then. So you've got a less crew in there, and it makes that tank nice and low if you look at it compared to the other tanks. 2 guys in the turret, driver down the front, lovely angled front armour, diesel engine in the back, very effective bit of kit. And again, they're building them in large numbers, about 30,000 T-72s. Now, Britain is designing a tank to take over from Chieftain that we saw earlier. It's going to be called MBT-80, hopefully in service by 1980, Main Battle Tank 80. Lots of great ideas, lots of technology going into it. As so many of these projects, it went over budget, it went over time, and we were running out of time because our Chieftains were getting old. In Britain, we were building this tank for the Shah of Iran, Shear tank. He bought a series of tanks from Britain. And the last tank was called Shear 2, and it was going to look very much like this one. It had got Chobham armour. We were giving them Chobham armour, this new fantastic armour. Same gun as Chieftain. Where the problem lay, though, the Shah of Iran was deposed, and the new regime didn't want the tank. So what we do in Britain, we actually look at this tank and we say, okay, with a few adjustments, we could probably take that on, and it might not be the tank we ideally want, but we'll put it into service anyway. And that's what we do. We call it Challenger 1. It's basically the same gun kit as Chieftain, powerful gun, very good, etc. New engine in the back. Continental, sorry, not Continental, it's a CV12 engine, so a big thumping great diesel engine in the back there, but the key one, Chobham armour as well. This new, it's the first time on a British tank that we put into service. We've invented it back in the 60s, here we are at last on one of our tanks. And that goes to see service in the Gulf War, first Gulf War, against some of the vehicles like this T-72 going around, sported by the Iraqi army. T-72, 125mm smoothbore gun. They're getting to the point they can even fire missiles out there to extend the range of that gun. Missile launch tube, as it were, rather than just a tank barrel. And again, what they call gill armour, those little pads on the side, you can pull them forward. They might detonate a hollow charge weapon like an RPG or bazooka round before it hits it. Now with Challenger 1, it sees action in the first Gulf War. There were big worries. Would it be able to cope? Is it actually a bit of a bodge? How are we going to deal with this? Its actual service really worked. It came back and actually proved its laurels from that point of view. But in the background, don't forget, this is not the tank the British Army wanted. They wanted that new technology MBT-80 could bring. And so Vickers start putting together the design of taking some of that MBT-80 technology, the hunter-killer system, different ways we might be able to fight that tank, improving reliability, what's going to make that tank that much better on the battlefield. We know we're up against, what, maybe a dozen Soviet tanks to each of ours, and they present that, and that design becomes Challenger 2. And if you want to know what's the easiest way, we're going to see Challenger 2 in a little while with the British Army. What's the difference? It's that gun. It's fantastically powerful gun is on Challenger 2 that leaps ahead, the accuracy, the way it's going to be used, etc. And for a quick recognition, so you can sound all really nerdy, it's got a big box just above the gun on Challenger 2. That's the sight there, so you can tell the difference between the two of them. Because otherwise it does tend to look, Army afterwards said we should have given it a new name because everyone thinks they're really associated. There's very little similarity apart from the looks because of the flat Chobham armour between those two tanks.
Live, I believe. We're all right. So I'm David Bagley. Welcome to Tankfest 2025. I'm with World of Tanks, and I'm joined by Tifan and Roman from... And can you tell us about your channel and what you're doing?
Military Machine in France.
Okay, cool. And what are some of the work that you're doing right now?
We are working on my YouTube channel with Tifan. We have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook too. And now, since this year, we are working with the French Army too. To make a lot of videos with the French cavalry.
Okay, and is there a particular project that you'd like to share yet right now?
Yes. Yes, maybe a big project in Normandy, in France, where I live. I make a big event since 2 years, named Tanks Day. It's an event like that, but in French, with French people, but sometimes UK, American, Polish people. It's a really nice event with this year 8 tanks and around 30 vehicles, armored vehicles.
Okay.
Really crazy.
Yes, and we make a big video about this event. And we make big pictures to show all the people that want to see all these projects.
That sounds fantastic. So that is drive tanks or?
All of running condition tanks.
Perfect, thank you. And is this your first time at the Tank Museum here? I know Roman was here last year.
Yeah, my third time for me.
You are veterans. It's my first time.
First time. What's your favorite tank so far?
Oh, maybe in my heart it's French tanks, but I love the Tiger too. Of the Musée des Blindés of Saumur, of course.
Of course, of course. No French bias, but thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I hope you get to enjoy the wonderful weather. I know it's a little bit warm right now. Yeah. So up next, we have the Roman video with an event in Normandy called Tank Days.
Thank you, David.
The second Tanks Day took place this year on the magnificent site of the Craville batteries, and it was in the middle of the bunkers that we welcomed collectors, vehicle restorers, historical reconditioners and the French Army for 2 exceptional shows. We were able to admire around 40 vintage vehicles and 8 armored tanks from the Second World War, perfectly maintained by their owners, association, club collectors. 2 shows presented and commented on by Roman, who also handed out of the microphone to those enthusiasts who were happy to share their struggle and their joy of living with and for these machines.
Allez, un grand jet pour Édouard Le Jariel, s'il vous plaît!
And this year we were proud to welcome a Leclerc tank from the Saumur Cavalry School, which trained all the officers and non-commissioned officers of the Army's Cavalry Regiment.
For the École de Cavalerie, which we represent today, it is a pride and an honor to be here with Roman and Military Machine in Crassville to introduce you to the Leclerc tank. What is armored cavalry today? It's one of the weapons that make up the French army, which has 9,000 men and women in around 10 regiments. It is the weapon of shock and decision. In other words, the weapon of movement, surprise and fire. The tank weighs 56 tons, is equipped with a 120mm gun and has a crew of 3 men. It carries 40 120mm shells on a smoothbore gun, which is capable of destroying moving targets at a distance of 4,000 meters. We can talk about the thickness of the armor, the protection on the front arc, etc. But a tank's best protection remains its mobility. And its effectiveness depends on the quality of the crew serving it.
An exceptional machine, the crew and Colonel Le Jariel Deschâtelet gave us a demonstration and a tactical explanation that particularly impressed the public. The highlight of the show was the historical meeting between the Sherman Montrose, the Romilly and the Leclerc, in a unique historic perspective of tanks used in the landing of the 2nd Army Division and the tanks that armed it today. A tribute to all the allies that gave their life during the World War II and to the soldiers who today dedicate their life to serving and protecting their homeland.
L'esprit qui anima cette division depuis sa formation fut la recherche en toutes circonstances du travail, du combat le plus utile aux intérêts supérieurs de la France.
This second Tanks Day was a success for us because we were able to bring together all the people we met this year for YouTube, Instagram, Facebook and TikTok video shows. Finally, 20,000 people also joined us on Sunday, the 1st of June, to live Tanks Day with us, and it's all made possible thanks to our partners at Team United around history, heritage and remembrance to honor our brave veterans. Thank you and see you to the next Tanks Day.
And here we are now, back down on the vehicle park, catching up with an old friend. Not old,
Thank
but
you
an
very much.
old friend, Mr. William Bannister, the
Nice to see
Bannister
you.
Collection. William, how have you been?
I've been very well. We've been quite busy. We've got 5 vehicles out today, obviously supporting the museum as our efforts to do that and try and get as many World War II vehicles together as we can for the collection. So, yeah, it's been a success.
And we are in front of a new acquisition, I believe.
Yes, I had a view that we needed this in the collection on the running fleet so we could, really tell the history of the desert warfare and the battles in 1941, and of course the grant was quite iconic. So very kindly we got in contact with Rob Loudon of the Australian Armour and Artillery Museum, and we arranged a transaction vehicle swap to be able to acquire this vehicle. So here she is, first run. So this is very much a first day out. The engine was out about 6 days ago, the fuel tank's just gone in. Final drive just rebuilt, so this is its test run. So we hope it works today and over the Tankfest. If not, at least you've seen it static.
Why the passion, William, for what was behind the purchase of this one then?
Just stupid, really.
Not at all.
I think it is because we have a very nearly complete collection of vehicles as a museum that tells a story of the Desert Campaign. Yep. And this is just a gap. And when you get the Matilda, and we've got the Valentine, obviously I've got my Stuart, and obviously on the other side of the fence you've got the Tiger 1 and Panzer 3. It really tells that story. So hopefully in the years ahead this helps do that.
Fantastic. And are you going to be driving this at some stage during the weekend?
I'm going to try and slip behind the tillers at some point because I'd like to think I can drive all of them. So Paul Lovell, who's been restoring this, is going to take her out. I'm going to watch what he's doing, and then hopefully nobody will know when I make a mess in the arena.
Fantastic. William, thank you so much for your time. Have a great Tankfest.
Pleasure.
And
You
we're
too.
looking forward to seeing them all running on the arena.
Fingers crossed. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Tank Museum and to Tankfest 2025. Now, I have to say, the King Tiger might have got all the attention, but if I'm being honest, I've got to say, that's probably the vehicle that I'm most pleased to see at Tankfest.
Isn't it fantastic? And one thing we've got to say, I mean, perhaps we should spare a moment for the incredible banister collection. I mean,
it's phenomenal.
William and his vehicles are absolutely pristine.
Inside and out, they really are. And the other thing that the banister collection does really well is he's intentionally looking for gaps that we have in our running fleet to help plug those gaps, so that shows like Tankfest, we can tell a much more complete story of particularly the British armour development in the Second World War.
Absolutely, and I have to say I've had the honour of being on every one of his vehicles now.
Apart from the Grant.
Apart from the Grant. This is very true. I haven't been on the Grant yet. And I'm wondering if he actually did drive it. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It's difficult to see in there.
But like you say, the interior, I mean, the attention to detail, it's very difficult to explain it unless you've actually been in there and seen it for yourselves firsthand. But, I mean, it is just amazing the detail he goes to. And that particular Grant, we had a look there, and I think it's one of the first times that he's actually been inside it since they got hold of it.
That's what he told us.
That's what he told us. And it looked immaculate to me, and he said, oh, no, there's a little bit of work to be done in here.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't quite perfect enough.
Absolutely.
But no, William Bannister is a great supporter of the Tank Museum. He himself is a workshop volunteer, and, you know, he'll sweep the floors like everybody else, as well as, you know, crew the vehicles.
And an opportune moment perhaps to mention these private collectors and everybody. I mean, there's such a vast array of vehicles down for Tankfest this weekend that belong to private collectors.
Absolutely. The guest vehicles are always a really important part of Tankfest. And I can hear already that it sounds to me like the next arena show is starting. So I think we'll give way to what sounds like a CVRT.
But that certainly wasn't going to be the case. There were now new threats, new enemies, and new strategies to deal with them. We've been looking at some very big main battle tanks. The main battle tank was intended for use in what's known as a peer conflict, where both sides in the conflict are fairly evenly matched. In other words, we were expecting to be fighting the Soviet Union and its allies in the Warsaw Pact. With the collapse of that, the threats became more diverse, but less sizable in one extent. Instead of the Russian imperialism, the Soviet imperialism we've been facing during the Cold War, we now face other threats. Threats like, for instance, radical Islam, radical nationalism in places like the Balkans. Threats that were probably not best answered with large battle tanks. We needed vehicles that were smaller, more nimble, if you will, and this one's particularly nimble. Here we have the Scimitar. Desert Warrior, the Piranha, and the Cougar. We've had a variety of strategic theories to deal with potential enemies, everything from massive retaliation to flexible response or what have you. Thinking in the more modern world has been for a rapid but limited response. It's far, far better to get your forces on the ground quickly and with a capacity to dominate that ground, but without necessarily being great big hulking battle tanks. Imagine moving one of the main battle tanks that you've seen today and then multiply that to brigade level. It's a huge undertaking. Some of these vehicles are air portable. It makes a huge, huge difference. You'll notice, in fact, two of them are painted sand colour. It was interesting, a colleague of mine, much younger than I am, when he first saw his first green painted armoured vehicle driving through Bovington. He said, "Oh, I haven't seen that before. They've always been sand-coloured up to now." So one of the threats that we faced, of course, was threat from people like the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, this sort of thing. Now, the first vehicle we're going to look at in a little bit more detail is the CVRT Scimitar. It's not a light tank. I'm not allowed to call it a light tank. It's a combat vehicle, reconnaissance, open bracket, tracked, closed bracket. Basically, it's a light tank. But the fact is, the British had a fairly unhappy experience of light tanks in World War II. So that's a phrase we've put to one side, and we've come up with this idea of the CVRT. Designed in the early 70s, it does all the things a reconnaissance vehicle should do. It's small, it's fast, and this particular one can defend itself. Only weighs in about 8 tons, so it's not particularly heavy. It is air portable. You can swing it underneath a Chinook helicopter, or in this instance with the Scimitar, you used to be able to carry it in the back of a C-130 Hercules transport. So you could fly it wherever your trouble spot float was needed. Say things are kicked off in Cyprus, for instance, then you could fly it there. This sort of thing. It's light because the armour is aluminium based. It's proof against small arms fire. It's not proof against heavy anti-tank fire. But then it was never intended to be in that position. It was intended to be a reconnaissance vehicle which would be able, if necessary, to provide fire support to its infantry. I don't know if you noticed, the driver's got a great big smile on his face as he went round there. One of the reasons it's also fast is that the original versions, not that one unfortunately, but the original versions had the E-type Jag engine in there. It was pretty quick. Technically, on the battlefield, it's supposed to be able to do 45 miles an hour. Unofficially, it's been pushed well over 70 miles an hour on test tracks. It is the fastest tracked vehicle in the world. The gun on there, 30mm Radon cannon, fires 80 rounds a minute in 6-round bursts, 2 3-round clips. That means, for instance, if you're on patrol in somewhere like Afghanistan, okay, I'll just step back a bit there. If you're on patrol in somewhere like Afghanistan and you come under fire from snipers in a stone sanger up the hillside, you can lay down a considerable amount of fire very, very quickly. And these Scorpions were hated by people like the Taliban for precisely that reason. So, a small reconnaissance vehicle capable of acting a bit like we might expect a tank to act, but in a very limited situation. Now, the next one coming around is, in fact, technically an infantry fighting vehicle. Maybe a wee bit snurdy for a minute. APCs, armoured personnel carriers, take infantry, rifle section of about 8 men, into combat, right, drop them off, they do their thing, picks them up, takes them safely out of combat again. An infantry fighting vehicle is used to actually fight alongside the infantry. In some cases, not this one, but in some cases, the infantry can fight from inside the vehicle. Many Russian versions, for instance, do that. In most cases, they've got some firepower. Now, this is the Desert Warrior, based upon the British concept of the Warrior. Designed as an export vehicle. David was talking a bit earlier on about offsetting the cost of military development by selling your equipment. I suspect... sorry. They're thinking about that already in the Cabinet Office. But this was actually bought by Kuwait. In 1993, they'd suffered at the hands of the Iraqis, you'll remember. But it was based on the British vehicle, the Warrior, took a rifle section, and the Warrior mounted the same Radon cannon we saw on the Scorpion. This is a bit different. The Kuwaitis wanted a different turret. This is an American-built turret. It's mounting a 20mm Bushmaster chain gun, and again, the thinking there's the same. If you need to, you can man it an area with firepower, you can dominate that area, without needing to send in heavy main battle tanks. You can also, of course, use both Scorpion and things like the Desert Warrior in an urban environment where tanks are less useful. Aside from the chain gun on the Desert Warrior, there are a pair of anti-tank missile launchers either side of the turret. Right? The Kuwaitis, of course, had been invaded by Iraqi man T-tanks. They wanted some ability to fight back. So a multi-purpose weapon. So we've seen all sorts of themes here, aren't there? Smallness, lightness, portability, multi-purpose. And the next vehicle, to some extent, sums all of that up, although this is not the smallest version of the vehicle. This is actually Swiss, made by the Swiss company Moag, and it's the Piranha. This is a Piranha 2. And you'll notice, if you look at it, recognize that turret? Because you've just seen it. There we go. We've got the 20mm chain gun, and we've got the anti-tank missile launchers. Moag, in 1972, set out to design, I'm tempted to say, almost not a vehicle, but a concept. The idea of a small, fast, versatile, light armoured vehicle, which could be used in a variety of different ways. What's terribly tempting with Swiss vehicles to draw a kind of Swiss Army knife analogy, but it's that kind of thing, a multi-purpose tool. And in fact, the Piranha was produced in 4x4, 6x6, 8x8, and 10x10 versions. The 10x10 was big enough and chunky enough to carry big weapon systems. The 8x8, and here's an 8x8 as you can see, carried a variety of different turrets. It was originally intended to be amphibious and was sold around the world to 21 different countries. Now, those countries tended either to buy the vehicles in or to buy under license the capacity to build them in their own country. And it depended on which country it was as to which one we're looking at. Now, the Piranha 2 was sold to Australia. They called it the Australian Light Armoured Vehicle. The 3 was sold to America. They called it the Striker. And I might come back to that again in a moment. The 1 was sold to Canada. So here's another Canadian vehicle to be looking at. This is the Canadian Cougar, 6x6. The Canadians designated it a GPAV, a general purpose armoured vehicle, which really sums up pretty much what I'm saying. They bought it in, and they have used it for a variety of roles. This particular one, you'll notice, if you look at the turret, again, it may look vaguely familiar if you've been into the museum and had a look round. Effectively, it's a sort of amalgam of the turret from the Scorpion CVRT, the original Action Man tank, and the Fox armoured car. So a British-built turret put on there. You may also notice as it goes round that the turret is slightly off-centre to allow for the weight of the engine, which is in the front, when you're in your amphibious mode. It stops you from floating, having a list when you're floating. It balances up the weight. But if you're very, very observant, you may have noticed that neither the Piranha, when it came through, nor in fact the Cougar, actually has the propellers it would have had at the back to push it through the water. There was a period where just about every military vehicle needed to be amphibious. It was the kind of buzzword, if you like. That had now long passed. This particular vehicle was used by the Canadians as a fire support vehicle. That's got a 76mm gun. It'll fire high explosive. It has an anti-tank role. It'll fire the kind of HESH rounds that David was talking about in relation to the big FV4005, that high explosive squash head round. But it was used by the Canadians in Bosnia, for instance. Again, another one of these examples of another new threat. This was nationalism in the Balkans, an almost 19th century collapse, if you like, of Balkan sovereignty. We were sending in stabilization forces, and the Canadians used this to back up their infantry. It was used as a training vehicle for Canadian armour, the guys who were going to be operating the Leopard 1 tank that the Canadians had, and later on the Leopard 2. and it was also used as an infantry carrier. It would carry about 3 men in the back there. It's not a very big armoured personnel carrier, but we'll do that as well. So a multi-purpose vehicle. Remember I mentioned the Striker? In Britain, the Warrior armoured personnel carrier is being phased out. It's pretty much on its sort of last legs now. There's a lot of debate as to what to replace it with. That debate...
Welcome back to the Tank Museum and Tankfest 2025. Now, please remember the Tank Museum is a not-for-profit organisation, so if you appreciate what we do, if you appreciate what we've seen on this stream today, please do consider supporting us. There are a range of ways in which you can support the Tank Museum. You could buy something from our online shop. Richard, have you been shopping yet today?
Always, Nick, always.
Fantastic. Got to get something for the wife, haven't you, before you leave? You could support us on Patreon. You can support us through Super Thanks. You could become a member of the Friends of the Tank Museum. And the other thing I must point out now is if you really liked what you've seen today and you'd like to come next year, I'm pleased to say that tickets are available now for Tankfest 2026.
Now, a very popular attraction that's been in place down here at the Tank Museum for the last 4 years is the newly revamped gaming zone. And earlier on, Nick and our own David had a look around.
So as you know, the weather at Tankfest is always absolutely fantastic, but if the sun ever gets too much for you, one of the places you can head to is the World of Tanks gaming zone.
Yep, it's the best gaming zone that we have here at the museum, no bias at all. You do an excellent job of hosting, keeping it up to date, making sure that everybody can play the game, have some fun. It looks fantastic, and yeah, it looks great. So can you tell us a little bit about how this all came to be? Because I believe this hasn't been that long.
No, this is still quite a new gaming zone, and we're very grateful for the investment you guys have made into the museum, but it's one of the places where our younger visitors in particular can come and try out the game for themselves. And you can see we've got loads of PC stations here. We've got some console stations just around the corner, and we've also got World of Tanks Blitz on the handheld devices as well. And you're quite handy at World of Tanks, I understand, David, aren't you?
I try, a little bit, but I hear you're better.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
You're telling me how amazing your results are, so we're going to have a quick walk around as we navigate the busy arena. So, I mean, I know I don't need to ask that this is your favourite gaming zone, of course.
It is.
It's your best.
It's a world-class gaming zone.
But I know there's one really special piece that you have here next to the gaming zone as well that everybody seems to love.
Yeah, so we have over here our cut-in-half Centurion. And so it's a really unique exhibit because it allows people to see inside a tank, which is actually quite difficult everywhere else.
Yep.
And here you can see the this is a Centurion tank, and it was basically chopped in half to basically show how a tank crew works together. So on this side, you can see the kind of space that a gunner gets, which is a little bit more than the space given to the driver down there in the driving position, quite isolated from the rest of the crew, really. And then, of course, you've got the gunner here and the tank commander here.
I have to know, how did it actually get cut in half?
A saw, a little hacksaw.
You were busy.
A lot of patience, yeah.
A long weekend.
No, I think it might have been built like this, but don't quote me on
Okay.
We should know. But
So yeah, so we've got the World of Tanks PC bit, we've got the really amazing cut-in-half Centurion, and then next up we do have the gaming zones for our other products. First being, of course, World of Tanks Blitz. You play Blitz?
I haven't played Blitz, actually. My son's a big fan.
Okay.
But I think it's probably worth pointing out, you know, why the partnership with World of Tanks is so important to us here at the Tank Museum. And obviously you're the sponsors of Tankfest, you know, and that's obviously very welcome. As a not-for-profit organisation, all the sponsorship funds gets invested in the Tank Museum's mission to conserve and interpret the world's finest collection of tanks. But it's more than that. You know, we found that the World of Tanks has introduced an entirely new generation to the subject of armoured fighting vehicles and armoured warfare, and that's the story that we exist to tell. And I always think it's really striking that until World of Tanks came along, absolutely nobody really was very interested in vehicles like the TOG-2 or vehicles like the FV4005. And I genuinely believe it wasn't for World of Tanks, we'd never have got that project funded and off the ground to restore that vehicle to running condition.
And as you know, TOG is my favourite vehicle. It's how I learned about it from World of Tanks, and I absolutely loved coming here for the first time, seeing all the vehicles that are behind us. I do remember this scene very fondly from one of our Tanksman streams with Action Man on repeat. Yeah.
Quite a lot. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, there's plenty of activities around this gaming zone. It's fantastic. I love it. It's great. And I think our players love it too. So thank you so much for this amazing partnership and collaboration that we've got going on. And yeah, I know I have a very important message to share, which was very much a massive request, which is, and if you too come to the Tank Museum, you should definitely join the gaming zone, sponsored by World of Tanks.
Hello, I'm Kirsten. We're here at the Living History part of Tankfest, and we're going to be discussing some of how Rolly here helps to preserve the history, especially around World War I. So, Rolly, tell us a bit more about what you're preserving here.
Well, it's just the memory of the soldiers of World War I and giving an impression of what it was like. And it's only an impression because we can never obviously recreate what happened. But it's so far in the past now that so many generations don't even know what happened. So if we can bring it to life a little bit, bear in mind obviously that all the general public see of the First World War now are black and white photographs. There wasn't the colour in the day either. So to see something actually, not in real life, but to preserve the memory is what we do.
Which is a fantastic effort from all of you. Why don't we take a walk around and you can tell us about some of the vehicles and what else you're preserving?
The vehicles and the equipment, of course, being more than 100 years old, are very rare. So we're lucky to be able to get so many in such a small area, really.
Yeah, so what's this one then?
So this is a general service truck. So this is the very first purpose-built army lorry. Designed specifically for the First World War, and it was designed by the Americans when they joined. They realised that there were more than 200 makes of trucks and vehicles on the Western Front, which meant it was logistically impossible parts-wise, and they needed a genuine, specific military vehicle. So it was designed by the US Quartermaster's Corps, and it was built by about 15 different manufacturers in the US to the same design. And it got to the Western Front early in 1918. And this is one of them. So it's a USA Liberty B type, a 7.7 litre petrol engine, crank start only, so you've got to put a bit of effort behind it.
Bit of elbow grease.
A bit of elbow grease, yeah. So that's that one, 5-ton capacity, but obviously they were overloaded grossly in their day.
I'm sure they were.
Very, very strong and very reliable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I can see over there that you've got some trenches set up.
We've got trenches, yeah. We've dug about 30 metres of trenches, again, to give the public the impression of what it was like during the war. They're as close as we can, really, to what it was really like. So they're boarded, lined, sandbagged, as you can see, and the soldiers are all in them. And the public will be allowed into the area to actually see in. And
oh, well, that'll be very interesting.
Yeah, and we can chat to the soldiers who will explain and answer their questions.
And find out a bit more of what it was like in the trenches.
A bit more what it was like, yeah, absolutely. Their equipment and everything is all correct to era, so people can see what the First World War uniforms and guns, etc. were really like.
Now, can I assume we might be expecting a Mark IV to turn up over here at some point?
Yeah, we're going to end up with, we've got one Renault FT, which is the French light tank. There'll be another FT later, and we've got the big Mark IV belonging to the Tank Museum arriving after the arena display at 11 o'clock. And this will be parked here, up against the trench, right where we're stood, basically, yeah. So, some good photographic opportunities.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. I've been through the museum myself and been through the sort of trench experience down there. They are some fantastic looking tanks for the time they were built.
Absolutely. Well, they were the first of their kind, simple as that. And obviously early technology as well. Motor vehicles had only been around for, 15 years, when they were launched. The same with the trucks and the small cars. It was very early technology.
They do say that parts of history helped to spur on technology.
Yes, well, of course, the First War did hugely. I mean, it was quite a proving ground for mechanicals, and obviously some of them were, disastrously hopeless. So it needed to be advanced to cope with the conditions.
Yes, and we'll know how some of those early tanks didn't end up making it to the front line.
No, there were less that made it to the front line than actually did. So, and most of them ended up suffocating their crews without meeting the enemy fire. So it was, they were very early technology. but nevertheless a great deterrent.
Oh, greatly. You see one of those things coming for you, and I'm fairly sure you don't want to be there.
Absolutely, especially when, of course, the Germans didn't know what they were. So
of course. I vaguely remember them being known as land ships.
They were, as land ships, yeah.
So what's this section here then?
This section here is sort of a fortified gun pit, really, with an 8-inch howitzer gun. So this would, strictly speaking, obviously have been several miles behind the front lines. We don't have the area, obviously, to do that. So these are the big guns that would have launched the attack prior to the infantry. So this was been a major bombardment by the big guns, and that's one of the big guns.
Of course. Well, it's been lovely talking to you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I hope you have had a wonderful time across the weekend.
Yeah, we
and
would.
that many of the visitors have learned much about World War I.
Yeah, hopefully they will. That's the main thing. As long as they take away and just remember a bit of what they've seen.
Now, of course, Tankfest is not just about outside in the arena showing everything that's happening there. There's an awful lot happening inside the museum as well. And I've just bumped into an old friend, Mr. Richard Fisher. Probably best if you introduce yourself, Richard, because I can never remember the title of your organisation.
Yeah, so we're the Vickers MG Collection and Research Association, and we're a registered charity that basically goes to promote and educate the public on the use of the Vickers MGs. And we've got a selection here with us that are related to tanks and what Tankfest does. So, do you want me to take you down the line?
Absolutely, take us down the line and what we got here.
So one of the ones that's actually the most interesting for people is this. This is the 0.5-inch Vickers, and a lot of people aren't aware that Vickers made a 0.5-inch gun. So it's bigger than the Browning round there. This is what Vickers did. But this is the armament that goes in the Mark 6 light tank. So I think the game includes the C, the Beezer and stuff like that. But this is that slightly earlier version, and people don't remember that. So Lanchester Mark 6 light tank. And we're lucky enough to have a nice deactivated collection, one in the collection, but also a firing one that hopefully we'll get going one day. A couple of the smaller 303 guns. The one at the back there is a bit interesting because it's out of the Sentinel tank.
Oh, wow.
Actually, the armament that would have been made had the Sentinel been in longer term production. Sentinel tank there. And then the next is just a nice early Vickers machine gun, 1915 made, but that was what, we're located here next to the Mark II female. It's that gun that's inside of all these. So we're able to show people and talk through how that works. And then we've got some others, the Lewis and the Vickers Ks there, that are just different light machine guns. The Ks are feature on the top of some of the tanks as well as light anti-aircraft. So we've just picked a few items from the collection and brought them down to Tankfest.
Fantastic. Talk about the collection. Now, I have visited Richard's collection. It is huge. I mean, it's a real shocker. How did it all come about, Richard?
So I started collecting now 30 years ago. It'll be 30 years in January since I bought my first Vickers machine gun, age 12. I gave that collection to a not-for-profit back in 2011, and then we formed that as a charity last year. So it's actually really going well. We do the firing demonstrations. We've got a huge archive online as well, which takes everybody from the guns, but the people behind it too. So particularly the machine gun corps is really relevant to what we're doing this weekend as well.
Fantastic. And how's your Tankfest been so far?
It's been great, actually. It's really interesting to get some of this stuff and be able to show people what's inside some of these things.
Fantastic. Richard, thank you so much. If people want to find out more, how do they do it?
Yeah, they can go to our website. Just search Vickers MG across any of the search engines, social media, and you'll find us.
You're watching Tankfest 2025, and thank you so much to Mr. Richard Fisher there. Fantastic. We thought something a little bit unusual for us to have a look at. Richard actually doesn't live that far away from me, so I've had the great honour and privilege of visiting the collection, and it's absolutely fantastic. He has hundreds of machine guns in there, absolutely hundreds in there. David.
Okay.
Drops.
Yeah, it's now time to drops. We had to skip the last one, but we do have a large break. It seems that we don't have any vehicles lined up yet, so I get to take my time a little bit with these and talk through all the drops, as well as to remind you, make sure you visit the museum, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and other channels. You can visit their store to purchase any merch that you need, but now more importantly, we have the drops. So, and I can see the outrage there. It's like, more importantly? No, not at all. So unfortunately, I've picked up the wrong clipboard. with the drops, which is fantastic.
So you don't remember it off by heart? Is this what
I
you
don't
mean?
remember off by heart. I do remember after 60 minutes you do get the Richard Cutland commander, which is always nice to do. That, or I've thrown away the other part of there. So after 120 minutes you have a chance of either 1 day of premium, 30 days of premium, then you will have the 3D style for the Yagi 100 or the FV 4005. Then one of the vehicles that are on there that you can see, the Tier 9 Chieftain Proto, or I believe it's the Skoda T56 that's available. After 180 minutes, you'll have a chance to earn yourself 2 tokens that you can exchange in the token store, where you can then convert them into a Tiger 131, a TOG 2, or a Cromwell B, or even my own commander on there. And then after 210 minutes, you'll have your chance to earn the King of the Festival 2D style from Tankfest last year, which is really cool. You do have a chance of 360 days of premium account for the World of Tanks. Then there is the 3D style for the Grill 15, the 3D style, I believe that is for the Mouse, the Land Cruiser. Here we can see here the vehicles coming. So I'll hurry up towards the end where you have a chance of some more vehicles, including the Barask. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Oh, David, what an absolute star. I think that deserves a round of applause to remember all that off by heart. And now we're going to go back to the arena and we're going to finish off the day with the British Army.
The big crane is the giveaway that this is the SVR, or Support Vehicle Recovery. That crane can be used to pick up anything up to about 15.5 tons, and when used in conjunction with the winch at the back, it is able to lift and pull most vehicles out of a ditch if required.
Now, as a vehicle, this is, you said yesterday, you know, like, oh, it's not armoured, is it? But it is up the front, and you can add armour if it's going in a threatening environment.
Absolutely. So scalable, you can add bar armour to it. There is top cover as well, so you can have a machine gunner stoked out the top there. Traditionally, it's not going to be at the front line, but if a vehicle close to the front line needs recovering, that's what we're going to send there. Crewed by the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, REME for short. Generally, you're going to have a crew of 2 recovery mechanics. Yeah, recovery mechanics, or as we like to call them, recce mechs. Don't get confused between recce being reconnaissance and recovery. These guys are exceptional at getting you out of a ditch, but not so good at map reading.
So, again, you know, it really does look like the Tonka toy, a big bit of kit that way. Essential because, basically, we don't want that asset to go to waste, do we? We want to recover it, to reuse it, don't let the bad guys get it, etc. So recovery, vitally important in this day and age.
Absolutely. Recovery is not its only tool, as it were. This is the medium-sized Swiss Army knife. That crane can be used for lifting things in a maintenance environment. When you use 2 SVRs together, it's perfectly capable of lifting the turret off of a Challenger 2 for repair.
So, another one of these vehicles coming on now, look like a sort of flying wedge. Fantastic bit of kit, isn't it? This is a Krav.
Absolutely. So we've just had the small utility knife. This is the big one, okay? This is Resurrection from ATU, our upgraded Krav Challenger armoured repair and recovery vehicle. With the addition of ERA on the side, it needs to be heavier, it needs to be protected, because this is what we're going to send in to pick up a Challenger if it's got stricken. Manned today by Staff Sergeant Kit and Corporal Wood in the driver's seat. Their family's here, so I'm under pain of death to mention that. This is what's used to pull things. The crane that you see on there is purely there to lift back decks off of Challenger 2s and take the pack out. It is not there as a recovery asset. The recovery element of this is the big winch that you see at the front, and then at the rear, you'll notice large metal bars designed to form an A-frame for towing tanks out of trouble.
Now this one has got the bar armour on the rear, reactive armour on the sides. Is that what that is?
Absolutely, yeah, it would be. Again, this will operate just behind where the frontline tanks are. Whereas the SVR might be a little bit further behind, the Krav will be expected to react quickly. Once again, manned by the REME with at least 1 recovery mechanic on. Whilst they are classed as combat support, there are multiple examples of these brave soldiers heading forward into the line of fire to get assets. The most famous, I'd say, of recent times, Staff Sergeant Lyndhurst in 2006 in Iraq, whilst under repeated small arm fire, RPG and mortar fire, was able to successfully recover a stricken Challenger 2 was rightfully deserved the military cross that he got for it. But once again, touching back on your point, if that vehicle had gone, not only do we lose a tactical asset, but it's a massive morale boost for the enemy.
Now, I've talked to the crew earlier on of the Krav, and everyone loves it, don't they? It really does what it's meant to do, and it looks the part as well. And that dozer blade on the front, urban operations, roadblocks, that's going to get you out of trouble. It's going to clear a path.
Absolutely. As touched on, urban operations, it can crush cars. It can also dig us shell scrapes. More importantly, when you're on a maintenance day, set up in a Liga under no threat, you turn that Krav blade up a little bit and it makes a fantastic hammock.
And they designed it just for you for that, didn't they, sort of thing. Again, another vehicle that we keep talking about recovery and why that's important, but also the idea of shell scrapes, tank hides, anything like that, being able to create a barrier for your assets and keeping those assets going. You know, we're not giving away things too much, but obviously in this day and age, we put a lot of money into an item, however lethal that is, but we can't afford to lose it too quickly. So having something like the Krav to get it back into service, really, really important role in the military.
Agreed entirely. And touching on, once again, valuable assets. We've talked about utility knives. This is not. This is a single-purpose vehicle, and it needs protecting at all points. This is the Titan, okay? Based on the Challenger 2, it's got a bridge on there. This asset is vital in enabling us to carry out maneuver warfare. If there is a river somewhere, we cannot get a battle group over it. This vehicle is what allows us to do it. Mounted today with a Mark 10 bridge, which got an impressive length of 24.5 meter span. At all times, this is going to be heavily protected, whether it by tanks, warriors, definitely some form of anti-air asset. Crewed by the engineers, this is part of a range of what we call the T2 series, and this is Challenger chassis-based support vehicles. You may have seen the Trojan last year, very aggressive looking vehicle with the mine plough on the front, fascines on the rear. They've spotted their suitable squatting place here. That could have been ID'd by one of the armoured cavalry-like regiments, but often engineers have their own integral engineer recce. Nowadays, more than likely to be going on to one of the Ajax variants. Back in the day, it was CVRT. You can often tell these people because they'll walk around with very wet legs because they're perpetually walking into rivers to check it's suitable for crossing.
And of course, it sounds again so old, but it's traditionally a river line is a great defence position. If you want to get at the enemy the other side, they're going to be blowing up the bridges. You've still got to get across to advance or retreat, whatever the situation is. So again, this wouldn't be on its own that way. You know, you're going to be using the rest of your force in that sort of, you know, covering manner.
Absolutely. So in this situation, we've found the correct crossing. Before that has even contemplated moving forward, we're going to have tanks, a troop of tanks in Overwatch. They're going to be looking over the object, so they're not looking at the immediate ground. They're looking in depth, 1-2 kilometers away, ready to react to any sign of enemy movement. As HR is being given, this is going to advance, but it's not going to advance by itself. This is going to be sandbagged by a troop of tanks, i.e. you're going to have 4 tanks crawling forward. The tank's job there is to attract enemy fire. We cannot lose this asset. It will deny the momentum, and it will in effect stop us dead in our tracks. You'll see it smoking there, yeah? No smoke grenades or anything like that. Similar to what you'll see shortly on the other vehicles, all we're doing is spilling diesel onto turbos to create that smoke. Very effective, but as remember, with all smoke, it stops the enemy seeing, but it can also stop you seeing. So you've got to be diligent with your use of it.
And so the vehicle lays the bridge. Will it always cross it or back off, or what happens afterwards?
I could think of very few examples where the Titan would go over that. What's going to happen as soon as that bridge is laid, the Titan's going to recover back to its engineer hide. The tanks may go back with it, or if we're confident it's support, the tanks are going to remain there. As soon as it's laid, we're going to have the armoured infantry. They're going to be released. Currently in Warriors, vehicle may differ soon. The armoured infantry are going to force their way across this bridge. They're going to create a bridgehead force. So we're talking 500 metres, 1,000 metres on the other side of the river. They're going to dismount. They're going to create jab screens. So if enemy armour tries to counter-punch, we've got the ability to fight back. As soon as the enemy armour, as soon as our armoured infantry is there, then the tanks are going to come. From the reserves, they're going to hammer forward 2K in advance to hold onto that ground, keep scanning and form that ring of steel that we can protect ourselves with.
And I guess the hull, the vehicle, goes back, it can get another bridge if you've got one available, you know, and carry on that progress. So it doesn't always have to recover its own bridge to keep going.
Absolutely. We could have a stack of bridges and 3 crossings lined up.
So still vitally important. Again, think of the modern battles. Even in Ukraine at the moment, a lot of the defences lines are along river lines because, just think about it, it is hard getting a heavy vehicle across water. So what are you going to do? You're either going to have amphibious vehicles or bridge layers like this. One of the vehicles that might be going across.
Absolutely. So we've done our support vehicles. Now we're moving on to the fighting fleet. What you see in front of you is the Jackal. More specifically, the Jackal 2, easily identifiable because it's got greater armour on the underneath to divert IED blasts, and the gun ring is set slightly further back. Designed as a reconnaissance vehicle, this is going to operate in the deep battle space, okay? This is going to push well forward. It's able to operate independently as a troop for about 10 days. 500-mile range. It can refuel off the troop sergeant's vehicle, the 6-wheel Coyote. Fast attack, reconnaissance, fire support. One of the rather cool features of it, it's got its adjustable suspension. So it can raise itself up to go over rough ground to avoid it being beached, or it can drop itself right down, provide that stable firing platform for the 50 caliber machine gun on top.
And the idea of this open top is so it's got this great all-round visibility. There's nothing much in the way. And of course, originally the design of that is really for Iraq, Afghanistan operations, but we've now basically got it so we're going to be using it. It's a bit nippy on Salisbury Plain on a winter's day, but you're now given kit to protect yourself for that.
Absolutely. In terms of openness, yeah, it's a reconnaissance vehicle. Light cavalry man it. Not a great reconnaissance vehicle. It's got no sighting systems. It's not great if you can't see out. That's why it's there. Most recently, it's been deployed on Op Newcomb, which is a UN peacekeeping operation in Mali, and it was used to great effect there. Being able to rapidly and quietly move across vast ranges as a long-range desert reconnaissance group without the massive logistical chain that a wheeled vehicle would have.
And obviously on the road as well, you know, when they were going from Germany through Poland, you know, massive speed that they can get to somewhere quickly. So that's another thing, that it can go cross-country, but it's pretty nippy on the motorway as well.
Absolutely. It's got a car-equivalent performance on road.
So this one we saw here pretty much for the first time running last year. This is Ajax. Tell us about this new toy.
So if we're going to think about the battle space, Jackal's going to be operating further in advance. Further back from that, we're going to have Ajax, our new strike and reconnaissance vehicle. Two different things there, strike and reconnaissance. This Ajax series of vehicles is the spiritual successor to CVRT. From the previous shows, we've learnt CVRT, lightly armoured, using its speed to get around, designed for recce by stealth. 40mm cannon, really effective. 150mm penetration at 1,000 metres. Not only can we sneak around, spot the enemy using our advanced sensors, including sonic sensors, image intensifiers, what we're able to do now is really reach out and touch them. If it's a peer-on-peer threat, a similar enemy vehicle, we can actually have a kinetic effect on it as opposed to simply reporting it back.
So all these lovely euphemisms, kinetic effect, this will knock it out. Let's put it bluntly, 40mm is quite a punch, and this new ammunition they're having in these as well, telescopic,
yep,
all pushed down together in one sort of like cylinder, like a Coke can goes out the end. Fantastically powerful bit of kit on the gun. But obviously as well, it's got all these sensors, all this clever stuff that means it can do things in a very different way to that previous generation.
Absolutely. In effect, this allows us to double our recce standoff because we can identify targets from a lot further away now. Also, there's no need really for crew to dismount from this. Everything can be done internally. And that really allows us to, again, spot it earlier, better identify it, What that does, that information getting fed back, gives the commander far more time to calculate a plan to work out the best way to use our force effectively. Moving back to that manoeuvre warfare thing, we know we've never had the biggest army in the world, but we're very, very good at projecting force in the right place at speed. Ajax is at the very centre of everything the British Army will be moving forward. The most technologically advanced, medium weight fighting vehicle in the world.
And of course, it's not just Ajax. You've got a family of vehicles, all based on pretty much the same hull. We go through all those, what is it, Argus, various other ones?
Apollo, Athena. Athena is definitely the one that I'm most au fait with. My regiment, the Queen's Royal Hussars, got some of these shortly after the Household Cavalry. Currently out on Salisbury Plain, we have Ajax as is, but also Athena, the command variant. Current colonel, a tank man through and through, but is taken with the command capabilities that Athena offers him.
So one of these things, we're not allowed to tell you everything about every sensor that's on this vehicle, or we can tell you, but we'd have to kill you afterwards. But so what's on that, though, that is allowed is the idea of acoustic sensors, things that, you know, we can hear something in the distance, this thing can tell you what it is.
Absolutely. There's plenty of ears around here that don't need acoustic sensors to tell what's coming in the distance. Here we have the infamous Megatron, okay? Challenger 2. A bit of OES, a bit of TES mixed in there in a fairly unique armour package. Dressed today in Barracuda, which is a multi-spectrum camouflage, not only there to visually disrupt, but also to drop down the thermal signature. Third generation main battle tank used by the British Army. Third generation, it's got composite armour, it's got a fully stabilised and electronics turret with an electronic fire control system. Before it moves off, once again, I need to point out today, commanded by Major Williamson. He's my boss, his family's here, hopefully they've heard that. I think he only did this to get a few days out of the office, but commander from the King's Royal Hussars.
So I mentioned earlier when we saw Challenger 1, how you spot the difference. Challenger 2, over the gun barrel, one of those sights. We've got a hunter-killer system. So the commander's looking out for targets. You're the gunner, aren't you?
Absolutely. So commander's sight can be looking one way because it's 360 independent. Gunner's going to be looking the other way. We can cover our arcs more effectively. Quick hammer of a button. Instantly the gun switches to that. I, as the gunner, would then take over that firing engagement, neutralise the target, move on to the next one. It enables us to focus on multiple things without every asset in terms of sighting and weaponry being in the same position. Weaponry, of course, L30 rifled gun. One of the few nations to still use the rifled gun. Those of you that I spoke to earlier, we chatted about rifling versus smoothbore. Be under no illusion, it is still a very accurate gun. I think over the past 4 years, in Latvia, there's the Exercise Iron Spear, which is a tank firing competition. Challenger 2 has won that twice in 4 years. And this is going against recent generation Leopard 2s, Abrams, and everything else NATO has. So yes, moving on to the smoothbore for good reason. Don't discount that. Still an exceptional weapon.
So, again, you can see it's still a powerful bit of kit as well. But one thing we have to go back to as well, you can have the best kit in the world, but unless you're well trained and you know how to use it, and that is definitely where the British Army's got the edge, isn't it? We are very good trainers of men.
Yep. Progression-wise, 80% of the guys and girls that go through Bovington will learn to drive first. 20% go as a gunner. I was fortunate I did the gunner. But at all stages, you move up. Driver to gunner, that means you know how to drive. Gunner to loader, you know how to drive and gun. Commander, you know how to do all three.
So as we take Challenger 2 around, you know, one of those classic is the tank dead stories. We are investing in this country in Challenger 3, the new smoothbore gun, much more sophisticated, a new level of armour protection, and that is, again, one of those things we are very fortunate to have Chobham, aren't we?
Yeah. As ever with tanks, NATO forces are always going to prioritise survivability over anything else. We value that life. Challenger 3 will be living proof of that. What we've just got in here, the eagle-eyed amongst you will see is a Warrior, okay? But it's not just any Warrior. What we've actually got today is a Warrior 514. That is the mechanised artillery observation vehicle used by the Royal Artillery to direct and keep an eye on deep striking fires, which have become so prevalent in the way we warfight now. How can you tell it's a 514? If you look closely around the turret, you'll see 4 individual antenna pods. The 514 needs that number because they're going to be on multiple radios. They'll be on battle group, they'll be on fire control, they'll be on artillery, they'll be on battery means. It's a very busy time in there. And because it's so busy, the 30mm Radan cannon that you see on the front is actually a dummy gun. They don't have the space in there for it. Yes, it's got a protective chain gun, but we put the dummy gun on there so it's harder to identify as a high-value target.
So the actual, of course, the parent one is really the, as we remember it, Warrior IFV, infantry fighting vehicle, section of infantry in the back, fantastic speed, amazing brakes, keeping up with the Challengers because of the speed issue, stops on its nose, doesn't it, and everyone debusses out the back and finishes on foot. Bit of covering fire, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. On your traditional ones, you've got the 30mm Radan that's going to be pushing it down. This variant, you're not fitting that number of soldiers in the rear of it. What you're going to have instead, again, artillery people, but they are going to be signal specialists. In the back of that, seats have been taken out. We've got man-portable radar systems that enable them to triangulate, work out where the fire is going to go correctly. I think more than anything else, it proves the versatility of the platform. Irrespective, 511s, the command variant, 512s, 513s, repair and recovery, 514s, 515s, the artillery. All of the operators enjoy working on the Warrior. As you can see, looks great to drive, sounds fantastic, and has been doing the job well.
The other one about British IFVs, if you notice, no gun ports down the side. We can up-armour these, can't we? And sorry, I have to tell this story every time. That engine, by the way, it was developed from a starter motor for a destroyer. It has tremendous power and welly, and of course you have to give that because over time we add things, more armour, weight, inevitably goes up that way. But Warrior's been able to really keep up with that, hasn't it? And it still sounds fantastic.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I was commanding a Warrior during safety the once, I didn't realise at the time that Warrior has in effect a steering wheel. So I was giving the commands to the driver of right stick, left stick. The poor chap hadn't got a clue what I was saying because they don't have sticks in there. But he still managed to do what was required.
That's the great training I was telling you about earlier that the British Army does. So, yeah, so there's our wonderful bridge layer going around there, and we're going to bring on the rest of this kit, and they're going to just take a couple of laps to show off again so you can see and photograph the vehicles. They're going to park up, the crews will get out, they'll be able to come over and have a chat with you. But before the noise is too loud, can we just give a big round of applause to the soldiers that are going to go places, politicians you vote into power, they're your army, these guys, own them, remember them, very important, and their families who are here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to David Willey and also to Lucas and his team from the British Army. You've done a fantastic job. What a brilliant way to end Tankfest 2025. Massive thanks to Tim Broad, to Chris Copson and David Willey, who've been our expert commentators, to Chris and his team from the Tank Museum. Now, you may think that you've seen similar displays, but something's changed quite significantly in the last 12 months, and that is the pyrotechnics. It's all been set up in a brand new digital way, and that's why we've had no misfiring pyrotechnics this year. It's all gone totally smoothly, thanks to Chris and his team. And also personal thanks to Rachel and to Rob from BBX, who have been on the top there, making sure I don't forget too many things. So don't leave, because if you do, you're going to sit in a queue in a car park in a red hot car, or use up petrol or diesel with your air conditioning, and then you're going to sit on the road and get stuck in traffic. This whole area is open till 6. Pop into the museum, pop into the shop. If you're in the museum, have a look at the new exhibition we've got, Ukraine Armoured Warfare.
Welcome back, and what a great way to end the arena shows today, with obviously a bit of a tribute there and some of the latest equipment from the British Army. And of course, yesterday was Armed Forces Day.
It was, and that's the reason why we have Tankfest every year on this particular weekend. And, you know, seeing the British Army today, Richard, does that make you feel any nostalgia for the old days?
Of course it does. I'd be lying if I said it didn't, of course, especially seeing Megatron Challenger 2 roaring around the track there.
Now, next year, you never know, we might just have a Challenger 3 here. What do you think the odds of that might be?
Wouldn't that be fantastic? And obviously, you know, the talk on everybody's lips, Challenger 3. I've been privileged enough to see one. Obviously, I think you can Google and find out what there is to know nowadays about it.
What's the key differences between Challenger?
I think, obviously, from a gunnery perspective, I was a gunnery man, is obviously the fact that we have now finally, after all these years, gone from the rifle to the smoothbore gun, which was
just like the rest of NATO.
Exactly. Basically. To be fair and honest, was completely long overdue.
So we've seen a lot of fantastic pictures today on the stream here from some of the drones in the sky. Now, this is a debate which I'm sure you're almost sort of tired of having with you, but do you think the era of the drone means that yet again, is the tank dead?
Well, let's face it, with that conversation, ever since, I don't know, the end of the First World War, everybody said the tank was no more, wasn't it? Now, you have to appreciate, of course, that I left the army now, 15 years ago. Isn't it, I mean, odd that drones weren't, it just wasn't a thing then, wasn't used at all. But of course, I always use the argument that to win any battle, you have to be able to hold ground. So to hold ground, there are only two things in any army that would do that, and that's tanks and infantry. Without that, of course, you can use artillery to destroy everything there, drones as it is nowadays. But what's the point if you're not taking that ground and advancing anywhere?
Yeah. Nothing can do that quite like a tank can. Now, one of the other things that's changed in the army since your times of service, and you may have been able to see that where you're watching, but the British Army are allowed to have beards now. Whatever next?
I know, it was quite a surprising thing, because of course it makes me feel so old, doesn't it? My day when you get picked up if you hadn't had a shave in the morning or something, and obviously it was all this debate. There was a reason for it. It wasn't just say
what was the reason?
It was so your respirator would fit correctly.
There you
go. But of course nowadays, NBC equipment, nuclear, biological, chemical warfare equipment is so much better, so much more efficient. But yes, of course, I see them even now, and I think Pioneer Corps, surely, because in our day that was the only thing that could have a beard.
So I can tell the RSM in you trembles slightly whenever you see a soldier in a beard. And how do you think training's different now, particularly as a result of the drone threats from your day?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, we were having a discussion the other day about training, and today, I mean, obviously things over the last 20 years probably have got so technical nowadays that, a soldier has to be IT literate, to be honest with you. And I'm talking obviously more about RAC soldiers, that sort of thing. Because nowadays with, weapons control systems, funny enough, we were having a discussion the other day about, just gaming assist you on that. And I would say, well, certainly from a dexterity point of view, because I recall, my first tank was the Chieftain going in there, and I was not the most dexterous, is that such a word?
We'll go with it.
Person in the world. So it actually took me a little bit of time to get used to the controls.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a technical army now going forwards, and of course it's just going to get more and more technical.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. The British Army have put on another fantastic show to end what are our live displays of Tankfest 2025. And I have to say, this year has been amongst, for me, the best Tankfest I think we've ever put on. And on that note, please remember that tickets for Tankfest 2026 are available now from our website, but also remember that we've got Tiger Day and a range of other events coming up. So if you're interested in visiting the Tank Museum, whether we've got a special event on or not, head to tankmuseum.org, see what's going on. And also there, you'll be able to find out the many different ways in which you can support us. The Tank Museum is, of course, a not-for-profit organisation, and every penny you spend with us goes towards supporting our mission to preserve and conserve the world's finest collection of tanks.
And we can't say it enough. I mean, as I said, they do such an amazing amount of work down here. Obviously, as I'm sure everybody can appreciate, maintaining, upkeeping, restoring is not a cheap business, and they do an amazing job. Incredible selection of people. You know, the amount of volunteers that you have down here is quite breathtaking sometimes.
Absolutely, and we would not be able to put on an event like this without our volunteers. They're crewing the vehicles, they're preparing the vehicles, and 3 days of driving around in tanks in this heat is no easy task.
It's been a warm one.
I can assure you. It's always a warm one at Tankfest, isn't it? We always seem to attract the finest British weather.
Now, I believe some time ago you caught up with...
That's right. Yes, I caught up with her. The Tank Museum, of course, we often receive a range of interesting donations to add to our collection. And one of the more interesting donations we received actually at Tankfest this year was a Leopard tank from the Australian government. And earlier, I caught up with one of their representatives. So we're in the workshop yard now, where the Tank Museum has just received a brand new donation. And here to tell us all about it is Mick Henderson from the Australian Army. Mick, very nice to meet you. Thank you very much for the donation. Can you tell us a little bit about what this vehicle is?
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks very much for the kind invitation to be here today. So the tank behind us is the Leopard AS1, based on the Leopard 1 tank out of Germany. These vehicles served with the Australian Army from 1974 through until 2007, when they were eventually replaced with the M1A1 Abrams main battle tank.
Yeah.
I was fortunate to have served on this platform, albeit for a very short period of time. I did my troop leaders course back in 2006, and I was the very last troop leader in the Australian Army to qualify on this platform.
Could this be the vehicle that you did your training in, do you think?
There's a very good chance that it could be. I know that it came from Puckapunyal, which is where our School of Armour is. And I recall, as we finished my assessment, bringing the tanks off the range, putting them through the tank wash, and then into a detailed clean, and parking them in the museum at the School of Armour.
And this does look very clean, I have to say. It's in immaculate condition.
We must have done a good job. It was a while ago.
So you served obviously with Leopard 1s, but then the Australian Army has moved on to the Abrams, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So in 2007, we brought the M1A1 into service. That vehicle served with us through until about 18 months ago. And we've now moved that fleet on, and we're now on the M1A2 SEP version 3.
And from your perspective, what are the differences between the Leopard and the Abrams?
So I think, I mean, it's a stark difference. The tank behind us was designed quite some time ago and was an excellent platform for its time. If I were to compare it with the Abrams main battle tank, I would probably say the Abrams is closer to an armoured computer system.
Right.
And that tank does a lot of the work for you. It moves around you.
Yeah.
This one's a lot more mechanical and requires a lot of experience from the crew to be able to run it as effectively as it can be.
Is this much faster?
They're a similar speed. This one's much lighter. It's about 20 tonnes lighter than the M1A1.
Right.
And we'll comfortably get up to around the 60 to 65 kilometre an hour mark.
Yeah.
Cross country, similar speeds. The Abrams will do the same thing, but being 20 tonnes heavier requires a lot more power, and that's where the turbine engine comes into play.
And we were talking earlier, and you said that you were fortunate enough as well, on attachment with the British Army, to serve with the Challenger 2. So how does that compare with the Abrams and the Leopard?
So that was a really interesting time. I did my qualification training on the Leopard 1 in 2006. In early 2007, I converted onto the M1A1, and then in mid-2007, I served with the Queen's Royal Hussars in Germany for a 6-month exchange and was introduced to the Challenger 2. There are some significant differences there in terms of the way that the gunnery system works, the 120mm rifled cannon, the 3-piece ammunition, the gunner's controls, the relationship between the gunner and the commander and the fire commands or the fire orders. It's an outstanding platform, absolutely, and once you get used to it, you can play it to its strengths. Same as you can with the M1A1 or M1A2 in our case. So both fantastic platforms.
What would you prefer? Controversial question.
Gee, I'm standing here at Bovington Tank Museum. I'll have to go with what I know. I love
Fair
these
enough.
things,
Yeah.
but I know the Abrams better than I like the Challenger. Oh, sorry, better than I know the Challenger too.
You heard it here first, folks. So, is this your first trip to the Tank Museum?
It's not.
Good, you're familiar with it, but I guess you've not been to Tankfest before.
I've never been to Tankfest. I've taken some time to wander around quietly here on my own, which has been fantastic, but I'm really keen to see Tankfest.
Anything in particular you're looking forward to seeing out there today?
Nothing in particular.
Yeah.
I love the platforms at any stage through history. What you get on things like today is the sound and the movement, the dynamic sort of displays, which is just that extra sort of dimension that you don't get on the static displays.
Brilliant. Well, Mick, thank you very much. Great to have you here, and thank you again to the Australian government for this fantastic donation of an absolutely immaculate Leopard 1. Enjoy your Tankfest.
Thank you very much.
And we're here now catching up with Spencer from DriveTanks.com. Now, DriveTanks.com, we did visit ourselves, oh my goodness, a few years ago.
It's been a while now.
It's been a while. So perhaps you'd just like to explain everything there is to know about what I always thought was like the Disneyland for the armour enthusiast over there.
No doubt. You know, we got 18,000 acres in the Texas Hill Country, but everything's live with all our museums, so you can actually come drive the tanks, shoot them, blow up cars, shoot artillery, rocket launchers, miniguns, mortars.
Yeah. And I hear the collection's got bigger and bigger since we were last there.
Yes, yeah. When you were there last, a few years now, I think we were at 9 tanks. Now we're up to 18, with a few more secret ones on the way.
Secret ones? You're not allowed to share any of this information whatsoever?
Nah, we want to keep it, we don't want to spoil the surprise, but, we have a few things like a, new IS-3 and a M56 Scorpion. Both will become live, so we'll get to be blasting away at some cars with them soon. I'm sure we got to have you over to do it.
That'd be fantastic. And I said, for people that haven't been there, it's so hard for me to really explain what it's like. And I'll never forget visiting for the first time. You drive through these gates into the ranch.
Yep.
And then it's just and I don't know if there still was. There used to be giraffes there. You've got giraffes there. It seems quite.
We have rhinos, hippos, giraffes, kangaroo, tons of stuff. 35 cabins. So,
and the driving track up there. So, explain to people what you can actually do at Drive Tanks. So you can drive the tanks, you can fire. I mean, live firing for us was an experience and a half. It was just something quite extraordinary.
No, for us, we wanted, living history museum, keep the history alive, but we wanted to preserve it, but also let people experience it firsthand. So every vehicle's running, you can drive it. You through a unique course up a hill, down a hill, through a river, as you've seen. And then, we have cars at about 200 meters. You get to shoot slugs through, so you're shooting full power tank rounds, flamethrowers, mortars, artillery, machine guns, everything. So it's that real life experience. We've even gotten into all the video game development. So like Call of Duty, Battlefield, all the video games. We're doing the audio for those now with Warner Brothers. So it's only just grown and grown and grown.
Brilliant. Spence, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah,
good luck with everything. If everybody wants to learn more, drivetanks.com. Check it out on the website.
Yeah.
And I hope you have a great Tankfest.
Yeah, you too, bud. We'll look forward to seeing you over there soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're here in the living history area, the World War I living history area, and we're by one of the few surviving running World War I tanks, which is the Renault T. It's from the Well Foundation, and I'm with Tom from the Well Foundation. Tom, thank you very much for coming to Tankfest. This is your first Tankfest?
It is my first Tankfest, yeah.
And you drove successfully the FT in our First World War display earlier today.
We didn't have any problems or anything with the engine. It ran beautifully.
And how did it feel?
It felt nice. It's just really easy to drive. You just got pedals like a car and then your levers for turning it.
Yeah. And now the Well Foundation has a number of different vehicles from the Second World War as well.
Yeah.
Do you get to drive those as well?
Yes, to drive those. We're going to another show in the next month with our original 222 German armoured car and 223 German armoured car.
Yeah.
So that would be really good.
I know there's a Stug and a Jagdpanther as well, perhaps the vehicle it's most famous for.
Yeah, probably the Jagdpanther, yeah.
Have you driven that one?
I have around a yard.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a handful.
How different? I mean, it must be very, very different to the FT here.
Yeah, it's just everything's so heavy. These levers you can just pull really easy. On the levers on the Jagdpanther, you have to try quite hard to hold them up to turn.
When you're driving these vehicles, are you conscious that you're driving, something that's over 100 years old?
Yeah, you have to be careful with them because obviously they're quite. Obviously, they're 107 years old this year.
Yeah.
When the gearboxes, you have to try and gently put them in gear because they do grind a bit. That's just the nature of the beast, really.
Yeah. And when you're kind of like maintaining these vehicles, what would you say the biggest challenges you face are?
Just keeping the oil in, really.
Yeah.
Because the rollers,
It looks leaky, is it?
they have horsehair in them. They have horsehair in because the same as original would have had horsehair to keep the oil in.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really hold oil much. So it just runs all over the floor and constantly cleaning up the workshop.
And of all the vehicles in the Well Foundation collection, would you say this is your favourite?
Probably, yeah. This was one of the vehicles I've driven the most.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely unusual.
Yeah. Now, of course, the Well Foundation has been to Tankfest before. We talked about the Jagd Panther earlier. I think that was the last time they were here was in 2019. But I understand, obviously, sadly, the foundation's founder, Mike Gibb, actually passed away last year.
Yes, he passed away last year, and we're just going to try and carry on his legacy, restoring vehicles to as original as possible.
Yeah. Mike Gibb, of course, was a trustee of the Town Museum, was well known to us, well known to a lot of us here at the museum. And what other shows might you be attending this summer?
We're definitely going to the Victory Show end of August.
Is that with this?
No, that's with our 2 armour cars.
Okay.
So
yeah. That's what anything else on the horizon?
Maybe another show the month after. We're not completely sure yet.
Okay. And this is your first Tankfest. What have you been most impressed by so far?
The King Tiger, really. King size eyes of it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well, Tom, thank you very much for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming.
Sorry, thank you.
So Matt, welcome back to Tankfest. It's nice to see you here again. Can you tell us a little bit about your baby project?
Yeah, the M47 pattern. It's made it here.
Just about.
At the moment, it's trouble-free. You know,
Okay.
it's really good. It's going fine.
Yep.
They're keeping it fueled for me.
Okay, that's always good to say from there.
Yeah.
Because I believe you needed the fuel in May sometime when you needed a thirsty drink, right?
Yeah.
So went for a Starbucks.
That's it.
Yeah. How did that journey go?
Yeah. Well, we didn't actually drive in Starbucks, but we drove past it
Close
through their
enough.
car park.
Yeah. Okay.
I took my tank to the Popham. They had a little model show. So they wanted it there.
Yep.
So.
Okay. And how long did it take to restore the tank?
This has taken nearly 10 months.
10 months. Okay.
So there's a light restoration, really. So engine bay outside.
Okay.
The inside is we try and keep the inside as a timepiece, you know, untouched. So.
And what would you say the biggest challenges were with trying to restore this?
I keep getting asked that. The whole thing's been quite a difficult challenge, but I forgot how much painting is involved. Every single thing had to be blasted and painted 3 times. You know, that took just weeks of getting nowhere, and then all of a sudden it's done. You know.
I have to say it is beautifully painted. I could see no chips, no marks anywhere. So
no,
you're very meticulous.
Yeah, I've been around touching it all up.
Yeah. Okay. And do you? I know you've been going around the arena. Is it every day that it's going around?
Yeah. 3 o'clock every day.
Every day.
Cold War era sort of thing.
Yeah. And what made you kind of go for this tank out of all of the others?
I found mine. It was in a shed looking sorry for itself, and it looked really good, and it was, you know, it's sort of like sat there in the corner, forgotten as such. And I needed something a challenge, you know, so that's it. And after doing Chieftains, you need to do something a bit easier.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's come out really well. You know, they're a great tank, and sort of get forgotten. You know, the pattern series.
Okay. I mean, it is a big challenge. Yeah. Do you have any more coming up? Maybe you'd like to tell everybody a little bit about your projects and some of the other stuff you're doing?
No, I've rescued a Schützenpanzer that was here, so we're gonna tinker around with that, fill in time. I don't know what the next project's going to be yet, but I don't know. I might try something different.
Okay. Well, I know that because I found you, and that's where I found out about your Starbucks. So you can go to Matt Pyle on Facebook, and you can see a lot about that. So thank you so much for today, and back to Nick and Richard on Tankfest.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
It's all right.
And thank you much. Sorry, I can't speak.
Thank you much. It's been a long day.
It's been a long stream, just like the TOG too. Thank you. Let's try that again. Thank you very much to all of you who supported the M47 project, and I really hope you enjoyed seeing it making laps of the arena today at Tankfest. There we go.
Well done, Nick. And all it is for us to say is thank you to everybody. Of course, a very big thank you to Nick, for co-hosting, to the museum and all the staff there, all behind the workshops, everybody that makes everything happen. But most of all, for me personally, a big thank you to you for watching.
And it goes without saying, I'd like to thank World of Tanks, to Richard, David, to all the team behind the camera as well, to the French Tank Museum for bringing over their King Tiger tank to star in this year's show, to all of the guest vehicle owners, the volunteers, the living history reenactors. I could go on, the audience, and we will see you next year.
And thank you to everybody on Twitch. Thank you for joining us. We very much appreciate it. We have one last callback that we have another stream coming on July the 6th and 7th for our competitive scene that you can check out on the Twitch channel. Thank you again. I need to say it, Nick, for helping us, hosting us, doing everything that the museum, utterly helpful. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. It's my pleasure.
And now I believe we're expecting a nice goodbye.